Trolls from Paul Anderson's 3 Hearts and 3 Lions. This novel would also serve to inspire D&D's alignment system and the Paladin class. Stronger human units known as heroes and superheroes were specifically introduced for this fantasy supplement, as player armies needed these stronger fighters to even stand a chance against trolls and dragons. Leveling up as a concept was not present yet, but these hero and superhero units would eventually become the power tiers for D&D's original combat system. Characters would essentially start out as random infantrymen and level up into heroes and superheroes over time. Perhaps the most significant connection between Chainmail and D&D is the Wizard unit. Many of the iconic wizard spells first showed up in this supplement of all places. Some major examples included Haste, Protection from Evil, Polymorph, and Anti-Magic Shell. Many of these spells function similar to the iconic D&D versions too, with Lightning Bolt firing in a straight line, while Fireball had a circular area of effect. There were 16 unique spells altogether, and 2 options for missile abilities, making this the most involved unit of the entire supplement. There were even 6 tiers of the Wizard class, with Sorcerers and Warlocks serving as weaker versions with less spell power. D&D's other co-creator, Dave Arneson, was a wargaming fan from the University of Minnesota. Arneson met Gygax in 1969 at the Gen Con Gaming Convention, a convention founded by Gygax himself. The pair would go on to work together on a naval wargame for Guidon Games, titled Don't Give Up the Ship! Parallel to this, Arneson was also developing a Napoleonic wargame with his friend David Wesley. The game, called Braunstein, was an experiment by Wesley to add more players to the wargames at the time that usually included just 2 players and 1 referee. This was done by Wesley introducing more roles outside of just the military commanders. In Braunstein, a player could take on a non-combat position, like a banker or a mayor, and strive for different goals outside of violent conquest. This essentially established the idea of the role-playing game, with players identifying with a single unit instead of controlling an entire army. Arneson and Wesley took turns refereeing these games, and the role of the wargaming referee transitioned into what we would now consider a dungeon master. Wesley was ordered to active duty for the army in 1970, so Arneson was left with exclusive refereeing duties. He didn't want to continue developing Braunstein with Wesley gone, so he began brainstorming an alternative game for his friends to play. Arneson took inspiration from Gygax's fantasy chainmail rules and cooked up Blackmoor, a system that would become D&D's first campaign setting. Blackmoor had more sci-fi elements than most traditional D&D campaigns, with advanced space aliens showing up in the earliest adventures. Despite these anomalies, Blackmoor introduced many other ideas that would become ubiquitous with a standard D&D game. For instance, Arneson's group controlled characters that would be consistent from session to session, as they ventured for treasure and journeyed into dungeons. Arneson also strayed from the chainmail rules, creating new ideas such as hit points and character levels. In 1972, Arneson and Blackmoor player David McGarry met with Gary Gygax to pitch McGarry's board game. The game was called Dungeon! And it was based on the Blackmoor campaign. Gygax was interested in Blackmoor after discussing it with the pair, and asked Arneson to referee a game for him. The experience convinced Gygax that this role-playing idea was the next big thing. He asked for a draft of Arneson's game rules, and began running his own separate game called Greyhawk. The two collaborated over phone and mail, while playtesting their separate campaigns. Greyhawk was based on Gygax's history knowledge, with the original map literally being a rebranded map of the real world. When Gygax initially presented Guidon Games with the role-playing premise, the company rejected it. But Gygax would not be deterred, spurred on by his belief in the appeal of role-playing, as well as his fear that competitors would soon come up with a similar product. He decided to publish his idea on his own, without Guidon Games. Thus, Gygax and his associates created a new company, Tactical Studies Rules, aka TSR. D&D was officially released in 1974. Often called the White Box, the very first version was released in a wood grain box. The literal white boxes that came later had the same contents though. These contents included 3 short 30 to 40 page booklets. One booklet for player information, one for monsters and treasures, and one for adventure building. You can see how much of an amateur company TSR was within these pages, especially in the art. The art of original D&D was the equivalent of the doodles you might find in the margins of a teenager's biology notebook. Bad anatomy, needless nudity, and blatant tracing from comic book art. Specifically, tracings of Doctor Strange and Nick Fury from the 60s Strange Tales comic series. The art would improve with each of the following supplements, but it took a while for D&D products to truly look professional. Another indicator that this was still TSR's adolescent phase was the simplicity of the system itself. D&D was basically a chainmail supplement rather than a new game. The white box that contained the rules even had extra space to accommodate the chainmail booklet. As bizarre as it sounds, players needed the chainmail booklet to figure out certain D&D rules, such as initiative. D&D by itself had no rules for which player would go first, while chainmail assigned speeds to different actions like melee attacks and ranged attacks. The D&D booklets also used the chainmail combat system, ranking different classes based on the hero and superhero tiers of power as they leveled. Fortunately, Dungeons & Dragons also offered its own combat rules for the people that didn't own chainmail. This alternative rule set would become the trademark D&D combat system, all the way until 3rd edition. It essentially involved looking up an attack table for your class, and seeing what you needed to roll in order to hit every possible armor class. When your dice roll matched an opponent's armor class, it counted as a hit, and then you rolled for damage. Later editions introduced a shortcut called THACO, an acronym for To Hit Armor Class 0. Basically, you would write down what you needed in order to hit the maximum armor class instead of constantly referring back to your character's attack table. After all, if you know you can hit armor class 0, it logically follows that you would be able to hit any armor class above it, like 1, 5, or 8. If you find yourself wondering, wait, isn't it easier to hit an AC of 0 than an AC of 8? Realize that equipping better armor back then actually gave characters a lower armor class. This seemingly inverted system meant that you had to have high attack rolls to hit low armor classes. This was not the easiest system to explain to newbies, which is why it was eventually phased out. The white box had only 3 classes to start with. One of these was the Fighting Man, the prototype for the future fighter. The Fighting Man was a pretty self-explanatory class, since all it really did was fight. Their only class feature was access to the best weapons, armor, and attack bonuses. The Magic User was on the other end of the spectrum, being a poor fighter but having access to a wide array of versatile spells. These characters started off incredibly weak though, as they could not use armor. They also started off with only 1 spell at level 1, so their utility was strictly limited early on. Magic users that survived the first few levels would grow into the most powerful party members, so it was in the party's best interest to protect and babysit them. The Cleric was the 3rd class, and it was kind of a balance between the two extremes. Pretty good at fighting and magic, but excelling at neither. The Cleric as a fighter could use most of the equipment except for edged weapons, which meant no swords, spears, or even arrows. Being stuck with maces was also a big drawback in and of itself, as magic blades were the best and most commonly found magic weapons in D&D. Clerics as magic users had access to spells, but these spells functioned differently. The magic user relied on book learning for his magic, while the cleric was empowered by his faith to a divine entity. Because of this, clerics had a smaller variety of spells, and they gained them way slower, to the point that clerics had no spellcasting whatsoever at level 1. Despite the different lore and progression though, clerics and magic users subscribed to the same spell mechanics. They could only cast a certain number of prepared spells per day, based on their level. Once a spell was cast, it was forgotten until it was prepared again for the next day. This is often called Vancian magic, based on the Dying Earth novel series by Jack Vance. Oddly, despite how much other RPGs have taken from D&D's history, Vancian magic never really caught on outside of D&D. Odder still perhaps, is that it's a system that survives to this day. We should also note that clerics are more of a general support role back then, rather than the skirmishing healer they play today. They of course had healing spells, but those scaled pretty poorly and were mostly for use outside of battle. The cleric's purpose was to supplement the other classes' abilities without outshining them. There is one unique thing they excelled at though, their ability to force undead to flee in terror. This ability would later be known as Turn Undead, and it's basically that scene in horror movies when people ward off vampires by brandishing a cross. Another reason why clerics were awful healers is that healing wasn't really a thing in older D&Ds. And that's because it was way easier to die back then. Once you hit 0 hit points, that was it. No saving throw, no negative hit points, nothing but the cold embrace of death. You also rolled for your starting health totals during character creation, so it was possible to have 1 HP at level 1. This allowed something as benign as a strong gust of wind to literally kill an adventurer. Even high stats didn't help much, since rolling high for the Constitution attribute only gave +1 health per level. And even if you think that's better than nothing, getting high Constitution was never a guarantee because you had to roll 3d6 to determine each of your attributes in order. This meant that you had to roll all your character's stats first before you could determine which class might be a good fit afterward. So good luck playing that mage with 4 intelligence. Fortunately, stats in original D&D didn't determine as much as they do compared to future editions. Though they didn't provide a big bonus, they also weren't as big a detriment. For the most part, stats just determined how fast characters leveled in their classes. A fighting man with high strength leveled faster than one with low strength. Magic users leveled faster based on their intelligence, and clerics leveled faster based on their wisdom. Asymmetrical leveling may seem strange nowadays, but leveling differences were an important part of class balance. Consider that each of the classes didn't even have the same amount of possible levels as each other. Clerics had a max level of 8, while magic users had a max level of 11. But clerics leveled faster to make up for their class being weaker in the long run. Players could theoretically go beyond the supposed max levels, but they got fewer new toys past the ranks that were listed in the rulebook. In addition to classes, players were also given the option to make their character a human or one of 3 fantasy races. But we should note that old school D&D was very human-centric, and Tolkien races were not really allowed to deviate from their traditional portrayals due to the strict character creation rules. Elves had to feel like classic fantasy elves, and the same went for dwarves and hobbits, so no parties made up of dwarf wizards or half-orc paladins like you might get today. Non-humans could not reach the max level in any of the classes, and they were banned from most classes outright. Fighting Man was the one class everyone could reliably access, and only humans could become clerics. The fantasy races did get racial abilities to make up for these limitations, making them more powerful early on compared to their human counterparts. This echoes the old fantasy idea of humans being generally weaker than the other races, but having the most potential. Dwarves could only become fighting men, and they could only reach Fighting Man level 6. In exchange for this handicap, dwarves got higher magic resistance, the ability to detect traps, the ability to detect certain architectural constructions, and more language options. Elves, on the other hand, could dual class as fighting men and magic users. We should note that dual classing is not the same as multi-classing in modern D&D. What elves could do is essentially switch between the 2 classes in between adventures, and they could also use armor, even when playing as a magic user. Elves could only reach 4th level fighting man and 8th level magic user, but being able to cast spells in armor made it one of the stronger builds. On top of this, elves were also better at spotting secret doors than the other races, gained more language options, and were immune to the paralysis of a ghoul's touch. To put it simply, elves were awesome. Hobbits, on the other hand, sucked. They were capped at level 4 and could only be fighting men. Their sole advantage was their magic resistance, a trait that the dwarves also got, making them just shoddier, crappier dwarves. Gary Gygax claimed not to have been a fan of The Lord of the Rings, and his treatment of hobbits and the other fantasy races might be evidence of that. His disinterest in Tolkien was probably exacerbated when Tolkien's estate sent him a cease and desist letter in 1976. This letter caused TSR to change the name of numerous D&D monsters, which is why hobbits in D&D are now called halflings. That covers most of the material in the player-relevant booklet titled Men and Magic. At the end of the booklet is the spell sections. A lot of the iconic spells were present from the start, but the omissions of certain modern staples led to some widely different gameplay. For instance, magic users without Featherfall had to be more wary of heights, and clerics had to wait until level 6 to get an improvement on their first healing spell. Booklet 2 was Monsters and Treasure, and the contents are pretty self-explanatory. Monster stats in Booklet 2 were simple enough to fit on 2 large tables. Each creature was only given a short paragraph after that for any additional detail. The variety of monsters was expanded from chainmail to include ooze creatures and more mythical beasts, such as unicorns and medusas. The monster table didn't just list the stats and special abilities, but also the number of monsters that would appear during a random encounter, and the type of treasure they carried. Treasure in particular was a crucial component of old school D&D for one important reason. Acquiring it was the best way to gain experience. This may seem weird conceptually, but it made sense from a mechanical standpoint. Combat was so deadly back then that players were often incentivized to avoid it. An ideal scenario would be to swipe a monster's treasure right under its nose without having to fight it at all. Wandering monsters, aka random encounters, were the most important aspect of this idea, since they gave almost no benefit to the players. Their primary purpose was to punish players for milling around too long in hostile territory. To get any reward for killing monsters, players had to track down the creature's lair. That's where all the good stuff would be. This experience system encouraged the party to explore, rather than just assault every monster they encounter. It's also worth noting random encounters back then were not supposed to be balanced, at least not the ones on the world map. Out there, players could run into literally anything. First level characters had a chance to walk outside, unexpectedly stumble into a dragon, and then get incinerated immediately. New adventurers therefore had to play smart and evade these encounters as much as possible, which is why rules for combat evasion were detailed in the third booklet, titled The Underworld and Wilderness Adventures. This booklet detailed what would nowadays be considered Dungeon Master's Guide material for world building and running the game. Another major feature of old school D&D that helped players was morale. All non-player characters in unnerving situations had to roll for morale to see if they flee or not. Wimpier foes would surrender more easily, and only certain opponents would fight to the death against all odds. Enemies spotted in a random encounter also didn't necessarily attack on sight either, as they would be given a reaction roll to see how they responded to the party. Like we mentioned before, combat was deadly, and even NPCs weren't eager to die in a pointless fight. The morale roll traces its roots back to chainmail and other war games, where armies would regularly have to check for morale after taking massive casualties. There were also echoes of wargaming found in the scale of some encounters in original D&D. Players could face up to 300 enemies, and there could even be up to 50 players in a single game. However, you would obviously need more referees to coordinate games on this scale. But these huge numbers show the difference between heroes and monsters in original D&D versus the roles they served in later video game RPGs. Older video games were generally more restrictive due to the limited memory space for party sizes, so individual characters were made stronger to compensate. Each one felt like a hero right off the bat, and these early video games set the standard for RPG heroes going forward. But back in D&D, the players were disposable grunts in a small military unit. You were basically taking a random soldier from a chainmail game and imagining what it was like to be them in a massive battle fraught with danger. Characters had a chance to ascend to greatness, but most of them did not. The first two supplements for D&D were named after the first two D&D campaigns, Greyhawk and Blackmoor. Despite the names though, neither supplement gave much detail to their respective campaign worlds. Instead, these books served to expand the basic rules, especially in regards to the Greyhawk supplement. Thanks to this booklet, magic users and clerics had their max level caps get doubled from the original game. Both classes got a ton of new spells to go along with this change, including some notoriously game-breaking spells, like Wish and Permanent Spell. Fighting men, on the other hand, got bupkis. On the bright side though, the importance of stats was expanded in this booklet. Nowadays, every class gets attack bonuses from high strength, and dodge bonuses from high dexterity, but only fighting men got these bonuses in the original edition, and only thanks to Greyhawk. Greyhawk also expanded the importance of intelligence, as it now limited the amount of spells a magic user could learn. So there were some attempts to keep casters in line, but overall they became much stronger. This booklet is also where classes got different health totals. Before this, the fighter and magic user both rolled d6s for health, since the white box, as well as chainmail, both used d6s for everything. But now the fighting men got a health buff to d8, while the magic users were downgraded to a d4. This is also the first version of the game where weapons dealt different damage too. Originally, damage was dealt with, you guessed it, a d6, regardless of their type. So daggers used to be just as deadly as two-handed claymores. It's also worth noting that this is the first book to generally refer to fighting men as fighters instead, which is a huge buff for this class since fighting man is a dumb name. The D&D races also got expanded a little bit. Half-elves were introduced for the first time, and they were a somewhat better version of the elf. They got the elf bonus languages and bonuses to spotting secret doors, while also being able to progress further in the fighting and magic classes. They could even mix in up to 4 cleric levels too. The biggest addition for the fantasy races, though, was the addition of one of 2 new classes, the Thief class. Like the cleric, the Thief was another midway point between the fighter and the magic user, but it was a different style of support class. The Thief was focused around skills instead of support spells, although they started off being extremely bad at those skills. In fact, it took the Thief until level 6 to get a 50% chance in accomplishing any of its iconic abilities, like opening locks or moving silently. The Thief was a terrible fighter too, since they had as much health as the fragile magic user, and could only equip leather armor. Even sneak attacks were harder to pull off back then, since not only were they backstabs, but they had to be literal stabs in the back. So although the Thief was a pretty bad class, it was a huge boon to the fantasy races. Not only did non-humans get bonuses to Thief skills, but it was the first class to not give them a strict max level. This was especially important for the Hobbit, Halfling, don't sue, since the Thief class allowed them to finally progress past level 4. Finally, the worst race could now mainline the worst class, which, jokes aside, is at least kind of appropriate, considering that Bilbo Baggins was the burglar of his adventuring group. The Paladin was the other class introduced in this supplement, and it was way more exclusionary than the Universal Thief. In fact, it was the first class to have stat requirements. Players who rolled higher on their stats could now play strictly better classes, which only served to widen the gap between players. But at least it made the existence of a Paladin in the party lineup feel like a big deal. For the Paladin, players need to roll almost the maximum amount of charisma possible. They were also required to follow a strict code of honor that demanded they give their treasure to the poor and always perform lawful deeds. Failing to follow this code revoked the Paladin status and turned the character into a normal fighter. In exchange for following this code, Paladins could heal others a little bit and cure diseases once per day. They were immune to diseases themselves and had access to better saving throws. They were also granted a super intelligent warhorse that they could use as a mount. At higher levels, Paladins could detect and dispel evil at will. So although the requirements were steep, the indomitable strength the Paladin brought was worth the cost. The main additions from the Blackmoor supplement were the Assassin and Monk classes. In a nutshell, these were both human-only variants on the Thief. The Monk had the strictest stat requirements out of any class at the time, and it became absurdly powerful at high levels. The trade-off to this was that the Monk was pathetically fragile at the start. Check out our Monk video to learn more about the Monk's legacy as arguably the worst class in D&D history. The Assassin had much less demanding stat requirements than the Monk, but it was only allowed in campaigns based on DM discretion. This class sacrificed 2 levels of their Thief skills for the ability to use insta-death poisons and almost perfect disguises. They also had more health than the Thief and could use shields, making them somewhat beefier in combat. Supplementing the Assassin was an assassination table, presumably used to determine the odds of completing an assassination mission. The table's purpose isn't really clarified, but the book describes how assassins can gain extra experience by carrying out contract killings on the side. We mention it because a low-level assassin has a 75% chance of outright killing an opponent of equal level. This percentage chance slowly dropped over time to 25%, but the class would absolutely run roughshod over opponents during the low levels for any DM foolish enough to allow it. The third D&D supplement was called Eldritch Wizardry, mostly due to the demons added in the monster section. The majority of the player section was focused on introducing the psionic rules. Fans hated this addition lore-wise, since it meant moving away from traditional fantasy and more towards science fiction, with characters possessing latent psionic abilities outside of magic. Fans also hated this because the rules were confusing and broken. Part of the reason Vancian magic became etched into D&D is probably because the alternative to that was psionics. Aside from demons and psionics, Eldritch Wizardry also introduced the Druid class of all things.
Wait, what?
The Druid idea was already introduced in Greyhawk as a possible monster opponent, but here it was made into a cleric subclass. Druids swapped out Turn Undead and the superior cleric equipment for some minor nature powers like passing through overgrowth, identifying plants, identifying animals, and identifying pure water. Yeah, druids were kind of a step down from clerics. Even their iconic shape changing from modern editions was less impressive back then, since they couldn't turn into any creature larger than a small bear. This ability was primarily for traveling and partially healing the druid than it was for combat. The biggest upside to the class was the fact that its spell list had more elemental and nature-based magic spells sprinkled throughout the usual cleric spell list.
I do too.
However, the cleric list remained the better choice of the two, especially if you wanted the best healing and resurrection spells in the game. Not to mention reaching the most powerful abilities meant that the druid would have to rank up in the druid hierarchy. That may sound appealing, but only a certain number of high-level druids could exist in the world at any point. This notion was also true for monks as well. Eventually, the only way for these classes to level up was to get promoted in the organization they were a part of. And getting promoted usually meant challenging a superior member in combat. Losing the fight effectively de-leveled the character, forcing them to regain experience points until they could try again. After Eldritch Wizardry, there were only 2 more supplements for original D&D. The last one actually labeled a D&D supplement was Gods, Demigods, and Heroes. This booklet provided stats for characters from mythology, presumably so players could go fight them. Swords and Spells was not technically labeled as a D&D supplement, but it was essentially the replacement for Chainmail. Swords and Spells not only supplied more detailed mass combat rules than Chainmail, but also added more D&D creatures, spells, and items. So fittingly, original D&D began and ended with, well, wargaming supplements. Those were the last published books, but some more important additions were made in the magazine called The Strategic Review. The Strategic Review was a super short-lived publication created by TSR in 1975. The magazine aimed to discuss Dungeons & Dragons and miniature wargaming as a whole. Additionally, it clarified rules, hyped new products, and offered variant rule sets. These variant rules included many iconic D&D monsters, such as the Mind Flayer and the Roper. They also introduced 3 new classes. The first new class was the Ranger, which was basically a variation on the Paladin. The Ranger had more spread out stat requirements than the Paladin, but it demanded the same strict ethical code. The major benefits of this class was the ability to track monsters and gain damage bonuses against giants. The Ranger also got access to both magic user and cleric spell lists, though Rangers couldn't learn spells higher than level 3. The second class added through the Strategic Review was the Illusionist, a variant on the magic user with high intelligence and dexterity requirements. The class could only go up to level 13, but that was around the point most campaigns ended anyway. Illusionists sacrifice access to magic item variety and spell variety in exchange for a unique magic list focused more on illusions. Some of these spells were pretty powerful and flavorful, such as the ability to turn deceased characters into specters, or the ability to summon shadow reflections of real monsters. One spell, dubbed Shadow Magic, could partially replicate the effects of various offensive magic user abilities, such as Lightning Bolt and Wall of Fire. Shadow Magic could also perfectly replicate the effects of those spells if the victim believed the illusionist was actually casting the mimicked magic. Spells like this led to the Illusionist becoming the hardest class to adjudicate for dungeon masters. The Illusionist and illusion magic as a whole could become broken strong if the dungeon master didn't make sufficiently skeptical NPCs. The third class added through the Strategic Review was the Bard. The Bard was essentially a mix of different bard concepts from history, from Celtic druids to French minstrels. This mishmash ultimately led to a jack-of-all-trades concept. Bards could equip any weapon and use chainmail armor, making them sturdier than the thief in combat. Speaking of the thief, bards also got access to thief skills at 1/2 the effectiveness, and unlike thieves, bards got access to magic user spells up to level 7. This was all on top of their bard features. Bardic lore, for instance, gave them a % chance to know information on almost anything. Bards could also replicate other magical effects using music. Bards at high levels got access to a confusion song, a fear song, and a minor healing song. Not only that, but bards could deploy a charm person effect with their music too. This effect was based on a % chance derived from the bard's level, and the level of the opponent he was attempting to charm. The mechanics and penalties involved with this effect alone are longer than the descriptions of most classes from this era. The Bard as a whole was probably the strongest and most complicated class available in original D&D, which is probably why this was the only strategic review class to not become a base class when Advanced Dungeons & Dragons was released. It was instead added to the appendix and reworked into something players would have to earn over time by playing a fighter-thief-druid hybrid. The strategic review was eventually cancelled after only 7 issues in 1976. It was replaced with a new magazine called Dragon that focused exclusively on role-playing games. TSR tried to keep its wargaming articles alive with another short-lived magazine called Little Wars, but it became clear that D&D was the company's biggest asset by a mile. Technically, some of the early Dragon articles count as original D&D, since Advanced D&D was just starting to come out around this time. But none of these niche last-minute editions were impactful enough to make it into the Advanced Edition or a lot of later editions. The release of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons around 1977 concluded the era of original D&D. There was some transitioning involved, but AD&D is what is considered nowadays to be first edition, with original D&D being edition 0. And so ends our history review on Dungeons & Dragons, or first edition. No, edition 0, the white box that was made of wood, or whatever name you'd prefer. So is it worth it for newer players to try out the white box? We should first start by saying no two groups played the original game the exact same way. The fact that certain elements were clarified only in chainmail, and that some rules were too general and loose, and variant rule sets were commonly sprinkled throughout original D&D's history, made it less structured than modern systems. This is a flaw for those looking for concise and clear rules to play streamlined games. But on the bright side, the nature of this flaw stemmed from the fact that this system is, well, simple by modern standards. It didn't take hours to make characters or run combat scenarios back then. Proficiencies, feats, and skills didn't exist yet. Combat basically boiled down to moving, attacking, and throwing out the occasional spell. Certain monsters would mix up this format a bit, but even those would have only 1 or 2 special abilities to worry about. The downside to this simplicity is that the rules were so simple that you often found yourself begging for more detail at times. Original D&D is probably profoundly confusing for someone not familiar with D&D terms, mechanics, and conventions. These booklets aren't really teaching tools, and their arrangement was often haphazard. It was very easy to overlook a rule, especially since that rule would likely only be mentioned once and not always in the most obvious place. The fact that these books are so small prevented this from being a crippling flaw, but nevertheless, you still needed a somewhat experienced player at the table to explain how the game flowed. If you think that's just our opinion, we should note that this was the exact reason why Basic Dungeons & Dragons was created relatively soon afterwards in 1977. The whole intention of that system was to teach beginners as they played. Basic D&D might be a better option for complete newbies, but it is a different system that simplifies many elements from the original game. Newbies who want a more authentic white box experience might want to try RetroClone instead. RetroClones are tabletop games from other companies that recreate the older D&D editions. A lot of the rights to the D&D rules got loosened after Wizards of the Coast got the license, so a lot of these games are completely free to play. Though there are legal stipulations involved for creating these systems, so don't think that these old rules are public domain or anything. For example, RetroClones aren't allowed to use certain iconic D&D trademarks, or even the name Dungeons & Dragons. The biggest and most faithful RetroClone for original D&D is probably Swords and Wizardry by Frog God Games. This system helps codify the rule set in a manner closer to modern RPGs. Thankfully, there are many options for newer players curious about the original game. Some of those might be better options than the actual white box itself, but the white box did set the stage for AD&D, Basic, and future RetroClones. It's a testament to original D&D's strength that many of its rules stuck around for decades, even if it could have been clearer in its elucidation.
Hello, Raiders. I'm Pyra Z, and I am happy to have you in my stream.
Thank you for watching DM It All. If you liked this episode, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your fellow adventurers, and subscribe to our channel for future content. Also, comment down below with your thoughts. Did you ever play original D&D? If you didn't, would you consider running it, Basic, or a RetroClone? And would you like to see more of these retrospectives for other D&D systems? Thanks again, and we'll see you all next session.
There we go. I did it. Still getting used to it.
I'm sorry, but when a pandemic is ravaging the whole fucking world, your life's gonna be a little difficult, my guys. Just suck it up so that the rest of us can get on with it. We've had these pandemics throughout human history, and fucking...
Hello and welcome to DM It All, the show where we discuss D&D books and tabletop gaming history. In this episode, we'll be covering the history of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 1st Edition. Check out our video on original Dungeons & Dragons.
D&D, well, I learned as 2nd edition. Yeah.
If you want to learn about the system that preceded AD&D, which we
Thank you
strongly
for coming
recommend
to my
watching,
stream.
as a good chunk of this video will be discussing what's been changed from the original game. Note that we're not going to be able to do a deep dive on every AD&D book like we did with the original system. Original D&D lasted for around 3 years, while AD&D 1st Edition thrived for over 10. Original D&D was financially successful but short-lived due to some unforeseen flaws.
Well, it's a
First of
pleasure to
all,
meet
it
you.
was designed as a supplement for a war game that it had eclipsed in popularity. The original mechanics were also extremely simple, relying on a paltry 3 classes with mostly 6-sided dice. There were important changes and clarifications to the core rules that were scattered across different supplements and even newsletter articles. Original D&D in general did not explain its rule set very well, so it was played very differently from group to group. As D&D's publisher TSR wanted players to be able to transfer their characters to other tables and official D&D events, a more thorough rule set was required, delivered in a smarter, more condensed package.
I think this
Thus,
is the
in
type of D&D
1977,
that was
TSR launched
played in,
Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, as well as Basic Dungeons & Dragons.
Stranger
Basic
Things.
D&D was meant as an introductory teaching tool for Advanced D&D, as it only went up to level 3. The system was aimed at younger players with the expectation that they would eventually graduate to AD&D. So naturally, AD&D targeted the older and more hardcore existing D&D fanbase. Gary Gygax, the co-creator of D&D and president of TSR, was the lead designer of the AD&D core set. D&D's other co-creator, Dave Arneson, was not involved with Advanced Dungeons & Dragons at all. He was actually no longer even with the company by the time AD&D was released. Arneson was briefly hired as an employee for TSR in 1976, but ended up leaving the company that very same year. Arneson and several of his colleagues were unsatisfied with their duties at TSR, and many felt their design work was being ignored. In fact, several employees left within the first few years of the company's existence. Arneson himself vacated TSR when they instituted a new employee agreement that was meant to bar employees from performing any freelance work outside the company. Even after Arneson left, he still received royalties from TSR due to his early contributions to original D&D. This amounted to 5% royalties off of the cover price for each D&D book sold.
Nice.
That was until the release of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. Gygax argued that Basic and AD&D were substantially different enough from the original game to qualify as new products. He therefore felt that Arneson did not deserve royalties for a game he had not worked on. Arneson took Gygax to court in 1979, and the case was settled 2 years later. Arneson ended up receiving 2.5% royalties off the AD&D cover prices going forward, which was the equivalent to the royalties that Gygax himself earned. D&D's co-creators never worked together again aside from a brief period in 1986, when Gygax hired Arneson to make some supplements based on his Blackmore setting. That deal ended up being short-lived due to Gygax leaving TSR, for a whole mess load of reasons we'll dive into later. Instead of being packaged into a small box set, AD&D's core rules were published in 3 hardcover books with over 100 pages each. Frugal fans may be alarmed to learn that each of these books cost as much as the original D&D box set, but these were meant to be premium products, with more content and production value, in order to help the official D&D products stand out amongst the imitators. The core rules consisted of a monster manual, the player's handbook, and the dungeon master's guide. But these books were not released simultaneously, instead coming out 1 year apart from one another. The first to hit the market in 1977, believe it or not, was the Monster Manual. It was initially used as a supplement for the original game, as the advanced rule set had yet to be finalized. The Monster Manual was also largely composed of creatures from original D&D, though this book compiles them across many sources, in addition to fleshing them out with much needed details.
Nice.
The Player's Handbook arrived next in 1978. Players would still have to combine this tome with the original rules for the Dungeon Master, but it at least provided the first step toward a fresh new system. Most of the rule changes were carried over from the optional rules during original D&D, with many of them first appearing within the Greyhawk supplement penned by Gygax himself. The original game, combined with Gygax's supplement, basically functioned as a beta test for AD&D. Other rules came from not only other supplements, but also specific rulings from the official TSR newsletters. While AD&D consolidated a lot of this material into one place, the Player's Handbook introduced a lot of new elements that
I gotta go pee. So I will be back as soon as I can. Sorry about this, guys, but when you got to go, you got to go, and when you got to go, well, you gotta go. So I will be back as soon as I can. I will be running an ad, but that's just so it doesn't interfere with things later on. It delays them from interrupting. So, for those that aren't subscribed. If you're subscribed, you don't get ads. And then you just get to look into my lifeless eyes until I come back. Although I'm pretty sure my model has a mind of its own when I'm not here, but that's a bit hit or miss. So yeah, I'll be back as soon as I can. Sorry about this, guys. I'm back. For those of you that can hear me, the ads are still going for another 20 seconds. Hi, Mattis. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Right now we're watching the history of AD&D. And I'm doing some drawing. Yeah. I hope it's looking good. I hope you're doing good.
That would become staples for the franchise. For example,
hear anything,
AD&D is the
please let
first
me know,
appearance of
and
the half-orc
I will fix
race,
it myself.
which gave players official access to monster-like protagonists. Gnomes were also added to the player pool. Whereas the original game included gnomes as monster NPCs, here they were promoted to player characters and made much more prominent throughout the game. Gnomes always had a hard time differentiating themselves from the other smaller races, as they were originally just skinnier dwarves. AD&D granted gnomes access to the rare illusionist class, giving them a reputation as cunning magical tricksters. AD&D marked the first appearance of many defining racial features, as this was the first edition to grant elves unique resistances to sleep and charm. This was also the first edition to give each race their iconic stat bonuses and penalties, such as the halfling's dexterity bonus and strength penalty. Stats in general only continue to become more important, and thankfully, the player's handbook was more flexible with stat generation. Character creation in the original game involved rolling 3 dice and assigning their sum to each stat in the exact order they were generated. AD&D instead gave the option for players to roll 4 dice and drop the worst result. Players could then assign the sum to whichever stat they preferred. Although plenty of people still wound up using the old method, rolling 4d6 would eventually take over as the standard for the franchise for quite some time.
Yep.
The cleric, fighter, magic user, and
I've wrote
thief
characters
remain the
like
core
that.
classes of D&D,
Although my first
with everything
D&D
else
was
demoted
actually
to a
sci-fi.
subclass falling under these 4 categories. The one exception to this is the monk, which oddly found itself labeled as a core class. This might be due to the fact that the monk didn't really fit under any of the existing classes, due to its wide array of unique abilities. In fact, it was such an outlier that there weren't even any subclasses listed under it. The bard was also hard to pin down, which might explain why AD&D didn't place it with any of the other classes at all. The bard was instead moved to the appendix section at the back of the book, along with the confusing and controversial psionics rules. While the monk still largely functioned like the class from the original rule set, the bard now utilized the dual class system. This is not to be confused with multiclassing, a concept that first appeared in original D&D. Multiclassing allowed non-human characters to level up as multiple classes simultaneously, splitting any experience gain between the different classes. Dual classing, on the other hand, was usable only by human characters. Dual class characters essentially switch classes after a certain point, retaining some of the benefits of the old class. In order to become a bard, a character had to dual class as a fighter, thief, and druid to represent the bard's jack-of-all-trades nature. The initiative system in AD&D was similar to that of the original game, focused on team initiative over individual initiative. Team members would declare their actions and then resolve them, based on the speed of the act they were performing or the weapons they were using. Extra attacks, haste, and other factors could allow a character to act during the opposing team's turn, but the general structure was very much team-focused. Combat remained broken up into rounds like in modern D&D, but these rounds were further split into specialized segments. So the team that won initiative will go together in an earlier segment, with their opposition following after them in a segment of their own. There were 10 segments in total, with all the extra segments reserved for special cases such as surprise and spell casting. Additionally, a lot of the stronger spells would take multiple segments to cast, so enemies could often move before spells had finished casting. If the spellcaster took any damage before the spell was complete, the attack would ruin their concentration and cancel the spell. These changes were made to purposefully weaken spellcasters. High-level magic users retained their superiority over high-level fighters, but now they needed a tanky party member to prevent their spell from fizzling out. High-level fighters also gained access to followers to compensate for this magic melee power disparity. Most of the AD&D classes gained NPC followers, as it was assumed that player groups would transition from adventuring to large-scale wargaming at higher levels. Fighters formed their own armies, thieves and assassins ran their own guilds, and clerics built fortified monasteries. Likewise, monks and rangers also gained their own small group of devoted followers. The concept of followers
I
was
never
eventually
had that
phased out of
come
later
up as a
editions
thing,
to keep the
yeah.
focus on individual characters,
I
but
think.
followers were an important part of class balance in AD&D. Fighters could not cast broken high-level spells, but they could enact a world-shaking campaign with their armies. Spellcasting actually received further nerfs through stricter requirements. Spells now required specific hand motions, vocal sounds, and/or materials in order to activate. Not only did this prevent spellcasting if a mage was bound and gagged, but magic users were significantly easier to notice and shut down amidst the chaos of combat. There were also new penalties for using certain spells, as the most powerful effects could artificially age the caster or recipient.
Oh no.
If that wasn't bad enough, magical aging had a chance to trigger a system shock check. System shock represents the physical trauma caused by magical effects, such as petrification or polymorph. If a character botched this check, their mind would fail to handle the transformation, which could outright kill a character from mental anguish. The chance for survival was based on a character's constitution, which also determined their chance of being resurrected successfully. A character's maximum constitution score also determined the maximum amount of resurrections that were even possible for said character.
I never
These
heard that
rules
rule.
made AD&D one of the few additions to really make death a constant looming threat, regardless of the party's preparations. In 1979, the Dungeon Master's Guide completed the release of AD&D's core rule set, although it was meant for a lone pair of eyes, the Dungeon Masters. A lot of the rules are a continuation from what was written in the player's handbook, but many sections come across as errata, meant to directly address reactions to the first rulebook. The best example of this is the section on thief skills, as it features many clarifications on the thief's capabilities. Not only does this entire section feel like it should have been in the player's handbook, it reads like Gygax is directly responding to players abusing the rules. The Dungeon Master's Guide also covers a wide variety of contingencies, including the likelihood of contracting diseases, the impairing effects of alcohol, and the time needed to create a siege weapon. One of the most infamously involved aspects of AD&D are the weapon and armor rules. Different weapons had different speeds, a certain amount of space needed for wielding, and varying effectiveness against different armor types. These were not relevant in every conflict, given that both sides need to be equipped with armor or weapons. Weapon speeds in particular were usually used to break ties in initiative between two armed opponents. This is also the first edition to feature rules for grappling and knockdowns, though they function very differently in this incarnation. Using these rules mostly involved calculating a bunch of percentages based on equipment, stats, and even height and weight differences. One of the most well-known concepts from this book is the idea of potion miscibility. Characters in D&D quaff potions for a variety of reasons, from mending wounds to buffing for an upcoming fight. But in AD&D, these liquids can mix together in the stomach to create some crazy results, like making the effect permanent, turning it into poison, or even causing a massive explosion centered on the drinker's gut. Another infamous idea from this edition was the concept of character training. Nowadays, characters simply level up once they acquire a certain amount of experience, but in AD&D, characters had to pay for training, which required weeks of tutelage and exercise. The training length could be shortened, but only if the player roleplays the character appropriately. Rules like this are why AD&D adventures took place over years of game time, rather than a handful of weeks. Patience is also required for AD&D's laboriously long crafting system. Players could create their own magic items, potions, and even custom spells. These activities took weeks to accomplish, and even then could result in failure.
Just like in
AD&D
Knights
was
of
wary of
Badass.
players abusing its
You seen
rules,
that movie?
so it left its crafting system vague and inefficient. It was mainly an activity to occupy the magic user's time, while the fighter was busy managing their kingdom. This vagueness extends over to AD&D's profession system, as professions couldn't really be used to craft anything of value. These professions were called secondary skills, and they functioned more like background information. There were instances where professions became relevant, but it was largely to identify quality materials, rather than crafting anything of importance. We should also mention that this book is the first explanation of the modern D&D alignment system. The original game had Law and Chaos work as a catch-all to represent good and evil, but AD&D finally separated them into distinct classifications. A character could now be lawful evil or chaotic good. A lawful character believes the group is more important than the individual, while a chaotic character values the opposite.
It's all for
Good
the
and
self.
evil, on the other hand, determines whether a character favors human rights or selfish purpose. Creatures of a similar alignment had a secret alignment language they could use to communicate in limited ways. This was meant to imitate how the Catholic Church used Latin as a common language for its clergy, but alignment languages didn't really have a unified organization. The concept is a bit weird and unintuitive, so it never really caught on past the early days of D&D.
Controversy! Like that stuff we saw in Stranger Things.
The first supplement for AD&D was Deities and Demigods, released in 1980. While it further detailed various D&D gods, it primarily focused on figures from real mythologies. It also added fictional deities outside of D&D, including creatures from the Cthulhu mythos, as well as the works of Michael Moorcock. TSR ended up removing the chapters featuring these deities in subsequent revisions of this book. This was because a different company, called Chaosium Incorporated, started publishing the Call of Cthulhu and Stormbringer RPGs during the early 1980s. In 1984, TSR renamed Deities and Demigods to Legends and Lore, due to a growing controversy at the time, one that began with an unfortunate real-life event at Michigan State University. In 1979, a student by the name of James Dallas Egbert went missing in the steam tunnels beneath the college grounds. Details soon arose that the boy had mentioned an obscure game called Dungeons & Dragons to one of his friends. Nothing D&D related was found in Egbert's room, but campus police believed he had drawn out a dungeon map using thumbtacks. They argued that the map represented real locations at the university. The theory became that the boy entered the steam tunnels in order to act out his D&D fantasies in real life. William Deere, a private detective hired by Egbert's parents, discussed this speculation with the media, and the story quickly spread across America. Although the boy was eventually found and his disappearance had nothing to do with D&D, the full details of the case were initially kept secret, allowing the unwarranted D&D paranoia to thrive even longer. In 1981, a novel called Mazes and Monsters was published that bore some striking similarities to the Egbert incident. It portrayed a young college student spiraling into obsession with an RPG similar to D&D. The student eventually developed psychological issues as he began confusing his fantasy world with real life. A TV movie for Mazes and Monsters was released a year later, starring Tom Hanks in his first leading role. Several other works of cautionary fiction about role-playing games began sprouting up like dandelions around this time as well. The media frenzy connected D&D to other incidents where troubled youths were acting out in dangerous ways. Patricia Pulling was the mother of one such youth, and after her son's passing, she became the face of the D&D opposition. Pulling created an organization called BAD, an acronym that stood for Bothered About Dungeons & Dragons. This organization handed out booklets that tried to connect D&D to Satanism and witchcraft. To newer viewers of this channel, this was no joke. There really was a firm belief that D&D players were participants in occult behavior. As D&D was still an obscure and misunderstood hobby at the time, it was frequently painted as secretive, deviant, and cult-like. This resulted in several religious groups arguing that D&D was a literal method to indoctrinate young people into satanic organizations. The controversies caused TSR to transition away from the darker imagery of its early years in order to cultivate a more family-friendly aesthetic. But as the saying goes, any press is good press, since the controversy massively boosted D&D's sales and expanded its name recognition. These events not only introduced mainstream America to role-playing games, but made D&D synonymous with the genre, making it the first thing many thought of when they heard the letters RPG. The next major supplement after Deities and Demigods was the Fiend Folio in 1981. This was a compilation of monsters that appeared in White Dwarf, a UK gaming magazine. White Dwarf was published by the Games Workshop, the owners of the Warhammer franchise. The Games Workshop was given the UK license for D&D until TSR opened their own UK branch. The Fiend Folio was essentially a sequel to the Monster Manual, but with a lot more creators actively involved. Many of the monsters were even created by various readers of the White Dwarf magazine. Though this book features a lot more obscure monsters than those found in the Monster Manual, There are still many noteworthy ones, such as the Undead Death Knight and the Psionic Githyanki. TSR would go on to publish a second monster manual 2 years later, with most of its bestiary borrowed from various adventure modules. And speaking of modules, AD&D marked the beginning of the franchise's most famous adventures, starting with their first official adventure, 1978's Setting of the Hill Giant Chief. This was the first entry of the Against the Giants series, where each foray saw the party invading a different tribe of bloodthirsty giants. This series and many of the other early D&D modules were written by Gary Gygax, so he set most of them in his own personal Greyhawk setting. By 1984, TSR wanted a more collaborative setting structured around one central plotline rather than numerous independent narratives. The final result was Dragonlance, a series that revolved around various D&D dragons in an epic plot comparable to Lord of the Rings. The concept for the series came from Tracy and Laura Hickman, the husband and wife duo behind the original Ravenloft adventure. Dragonlance was released not only as a series of D&D adventures, but also novels that covered a similar series of events. At the time, it was D&D's biggest multimedia project, greatly expanding D&D's foothold into the fantasy genre. On top of countless D&D modules, TSR also released new material in their official magazine, Dragon. It began publication in 1976 at the tail end of original D&D and would eventually outlive TSR itself. This magazine featured plenty of TSR news, promotions, rule clarifications, and advice for D&D players, as well as optional classes, monsters, spells, items, and rules that players could experiment with. In addition to this, Dragon also spotlighted fantasy fiction stories and discussed prominent works of fantasy during a time where there weren't many communities focused on the genre. Some famous D&D writers actually got their start by submitting articles to Dragon magazine. For example, this is where Ed Greenwood first premiered his Forgotten Realms setting to the general public. Dragon magazine material was usually less balanced than the content within official D&D books, as it naturally didn't undergo the same level of rigorous playtesting. Not that it stopped TSR from compiling a lot of this imbalanced material into a 1985 book titled Unearthed Arcana. It's here where many players first encountered the weapon specialization rules, an evolution of the weapon proficiency system from the player's handbook. In original D&D, players could wield any weapon related to their class, but AD&D forced them to choose armaments from their class list to focus on. Using a weapon they weren't proficient in would result in attack penalties. Weapon specialization took this one step further, allowing standard fighters to focus on a single weapon type. Doing so granted both attack bonuses and extra attacks, turning the tanky fighter into a much deadlier class. For spellcasters, Unearthed Arcana introduced minor spells known as cantrips, which is likely a familiar term for modern players. Cantrips function differently in this edition, however, generating very minor effects for level 0 magic users. For example, instead of being able to lob firebolts or eldritch blasts, magic users back then would cast spells to clean dishes or change an object's color. And yes, there was a level 0 in AD&D. It was usually reserved for ordinary NPCs not strong enough to qualify as a major D&D class. Unearthed Arcana also premiered 3 new classes: the Cavalier, the Barbarian, and the Thief Acrobat. The first of these, the Cavalier, was essentially another take on the Paladin. Although the Cavalier received no holy powers from a divine being, it had a similar chivalric knight concept. On top of an even stricter code of honor, Cavaliers needed to be sponsored by a lord, meaning the player usually had to be from a higher social stratum. In exchange, they received attack bonuses, parrying bonuses, and unique mounted abilities. They were also the first D&D class able to increase their stat points as they leveled up. While the Cavalier never graduated to a core D&D class, it still had a significant impact on the Paladin's development. Unearthed Arcana altered the Paladin from a fighter subclass into a Cavalier subclass, granting them many of the Cavalier's abilities, including bonuses to saving throws and a class-defining immunity to fear. The Barbarian, on the other hand, would be later promoted to a core class. However, the Unearthed Arcana Barbarian lacked a rage mechanic, as it was based more on versatile pulp heroes like Conan the Barbarian. These barbarians had access to around 12 different nature-based skills, ironically making them better survivalists than the AD&D Ranger. And even without a rage mechanic, these barbarians still had a nasty, destructive temper. Barbarians hated magic to the point that they were compelled to destroy any magic items in their vicinity, and they refused to
Wow, I'm
associate
glad
with
that changed by the time I played
spellcasters.
my Bardic
These
Barbarian.
restrictions were gradually lifted as the character
maybe the
leveled up,
guy in the
but
big
as you could
box
guess,
are
they made the barbarian unappealing
could
as a
be it.
potential party member. The third class, the Thief Acrobat,
Lemmy.
was unlike its peers in that it was made too weak rather than too strong.
Just a touch
Unearthed
lower. Is
Arcana's
that
Thief
better?
Acrobat was an option for mid-level thieves that wanted to focus less on lockpicking and more on physical stunts. The Thief was already one of the weakest D&D classes, so it, along with its acrobatic counterpart, would later be folded into the broader and much more dangerous Rogue class. 1985 saw the arrival of the Oriental Adventures rulebook, aimed at players interested in an Eastern setting for their role-playing adventures. This book acts as an alternative to the player's handbook, with a wide variety of Eastern-flavored classes and races, to replace the more Tolkien-esque elements within AD&D. It also added more weapon
have read that
specialization rules, and was the first appearance of non-weapon proficiencies in an official D&D book. Non-weapon proficiencies
for
were
an essay
basically
at
an
school,
evolution of the
actually.
secondary skills from the Dungeon Master's Guide, except they were more
'cause I
fleshed
was,
out and
my
provided
essay
detailed
was about,
rules for numerous mundane
cultural art,
activities outside of combat.
and I did,
Unbeknownst to
gamer
players,
culture.
both Oriental Adventures and Unearthed Arcana
teacher
were
actually tried to
partially
tell me
intended
not
as
to
the
do it,
testing
but-
grounds for 2nd edition AD&D. That is, 2nd edition according to Gary Gygax. Yet,
That wouldn't
unbeknownst to
work, and then she tried
Gygax,
to
he would
take
soon
credit for
lose control of
encouraging me later.
TSR and exit the company before 2nd edition ever began production. Strap in, because the series of events leading to this are lengthy, daisy chaining all the way back to the company's formation. A lot of this information comes from the 2021 book Game Wizards by John Peterson, which is currently the best source documentation of TSR's history. When Gygax started TSR in 1973, he did so with his childhood friend Don Kay. The original TSR logo was actually a K and G to represent its two founders, and K was the one that suggested forming a new company to publish Dungeons & Dragons. But Gygax and K lacked the funds to do so. Enter fellow wargaming enthusiast Brian Bloom, who offered to cover the remaining production for Gygax, at the cost of Bloom acquiring an equal stake in the company. Sadly and unexpectedly, Don Kay would pass away from a heart attack in 1975 at the age of 36, with his share of the company transferring
really
to his
young.
widow. So Bloom convinced his father, the owner of a tool and die company, to buy out Kay's share. Since Brian Bloom's brother Kevin had been hired by TSR as the company's treasurer, Kevin ended up buying out his father's shares, those which once belonged to Kay, in 1981, and took on more administrative responsibilities. In 1983, TSR underwent a restructuring in order to deal with its debt,
Yeah,
as the
how'd it
company's
go?
growth was slowing. Kevin Bloom was promoted to the president of TSR, while Gygax became the head of the company's media branch, which made sense, as Gygax was the biggest RPG celebrity by this point, acting as the face of D&D in TV interviews. Thus, Gygax began visiting Hollywood, California, to pursue film and TV opportunities for the franchise. This was around the time when the D&D cartoon was developed in collaboration with Marvel Comics.
there was a
Also
cartoon?
around this time, Gygax met
There was a
screenwriter
cartoon?
Flint Dille, who worked on the G.I. Joe and Transformers cartoons.
I wish I knew that
Gygax
sooner.
and Dille collaborated on a choose-your-own-adventure line of books, as well as an unproduced D&D movie script. By 1984, TSR's financial problems had only worsened, which consequently led to Kevin Bloom being ousted as the company president. The Blooms still had majority shares in the company, but TSR's creditors wanted drastic changes in order to restore their confidence.
Awesome,
So
awesome,
TSR's board of
awesome.
directors began searching for a potential buyer for the company. Gygax, however, did not want to sell TSR to an outsider. He was a gaming enthusiast at heart, wary of people that only had a financial interest in the company. So Gygax increased his shares to become the new majority shareholder, prompting the board of directors to pick him as the new company president, with the hopes that he would make TSR solvent again. Gygax told his Hollywood friend Flint Dille that he was still looking for new investors, so Dille introduced Gygax to his sister, Lorraine Williams. Williams and her brother were both the inheritors of the Buck Rogers franchise, as the original comics had been published by their grandfather's newspaper company. Therefore, Williams had solid business experience, as well as a lot of funds
you
from
love
maintaining
my
the Buck
art?
Rogers IP.
Eyes.
Gygax hired Williams into an administrative position so she could handle a lot of the
eyes.
day-to-day management. She dealt with TSR's creditors and eventually made the company profitable again. Around this time, the
I'm
Bloom
looking
brothers
forward
wanted
to
to
those
leave
series. They
TSR,
sound
so they
like they're
offered their
really
share of the
sharp.
company up for sale. Gygax supposedly expressed interest in buying out their shares, but he didn't act on the sale right away. This may have been a negotiating tactic, as the company was suffering $3.8 million in losses by 1985, and Gygax appeared to be the only person interested in buying more shares. What he didn't expect, however, was Lorraine Williams making a deal with the Blooms behind his back. It turned out that Williams wanted to become a partial owner of the company in order to enact more significant changes. So with the Blooms having sold their shares to Williams, she was now the new majority shareholder. Not only that, but the board of directors favored this deal, as they were actively feuding with Gygax regarding the copyright to Greyhawk and all his published material. So the board of directors took the opportunity to enshrine Williams as the new president of TSR. Gygax tried to cancel the deal so that he could buy out the Blooms instead, but it was too late for them to back out of their agreement. With Williams in charge and the board behind her, Gygax felt the company had been taken over by exactly the type of financially driven outsiders he was trying to avoid. Thus, he sold his remaining shares in 1986 and left the company that he had once helped create.
That's good.
AD&D First Edition continued until 1989, but the departure of Gary Gygax spiritually marked the end of an era.
Are you guys enjoying the topics that are being played?
Advanced Dungeons & Dragons in general feels like a direct improvement over the original, in no small part due to a more complete rule set. Some readers might feel understandably overwhelmed by the amount of material here, which was why D&D Basic was developed alongside it as a more laid-back introduction to the series. But we'd argue AD&D is still worth a look, as it is a gargantuan attempt by Gygax at fixing the original game. Original D&D is far from the most balanced rule set, which works both for and against it. The overpowered spells and wondrous items gave players something to look forward to, letting them play out epic tales of heroism. But certain, shall we say, creative players took it too far, sapping the Dungeon Master's campaign of any sort of challenge. It probably didn't help that D&D evolved out of the wargaming hobby, where many of its players weren't trying to participate in a shared story as much as quote-unquote win the game. AD&D tries to address a lot of the egregious cheese strategies by introducing believable complications and challenges that might arise. Spellcasting remains incredibly powerful, but is now a balanced mixture of risk and reward. Characters no longer just level up out of nowhere, but have to seek out trainers that take weeks to learn from. Thought has to be put into one's housing situation, as living in shabby conditions could lead to contracting diseases. Some might view these as needless complications, but these consequences fleshed out the game world, requiring more thought for what were once simple interactions. At the very least, AD&D houses a great tool set for dungeon masters who want to preserve the danger and mystery within their game worlds. Despite his tyrannical feats as a DM, Gary Gygax did not insist that players need to use every single rule within these books. He instead wanted dungeon masters to understand the different rules and the reasons they had been put in place. The dungeon master could then use the rule if they felt it was necessary, or disregard it if it didn't fit their campaign. Random encounters, for example, were meant to prevent players from going to sleep in the dungeon after every single fight. If the party was instead moving swiftly and strategically through the dungeon, the DM could eschew with the random encounters altogether. While modern D&D editions are written more like technical manuals, AD&D is written to be more conversational, almost as a stream of consciousness. Gygax loves his complex and flowery words, and is not afraid to expound on his thought process behind his design. This is referred to as Gygaxian prose, and it gives classic D&D a unique charm, for better or worse. The downside to Gygax's colorful voice is that it can make the text difficult to decipher. Many rules were universally ignored just for being too complicated to use in a real game. Very few people actually use the complete initiative system, due to the amount of weird edge cases and exceptions that could alter a character's initiative. Other rules were ignored because it was just too easy to miss them. For example, characters in combat actually couldn't move and act in the same turn unless the enemy was within a 10-foot radius of them. This rule is only mentioned once in the Dungeon Master's Guide, right before the section detailing charge attacks. The Dungeon Master's Guide also states that fighters give their opponents a chance to retaliate when using their extra attacks. Missing rules like this can lead to wildly different games, often producing more mobile characters with greater burst damage. It doesn't help that the AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide tries to clarify and expand upon material that's also present in the player's handbook. It's nice to have further clarification, but less nice to have to refer back and forth between the books to fully understand the rules. Modern editions generally try to compartmentalize their concepts better, so that it's easier to get a sense of which rules belong in which book. We do recommend buying and reading AD&D, but we don't really recommend it as a reference book, especially not for your players, unless everyone at the table is super invested in a hardcore, authentic 80s RPG experience. Instead, we recommend to accompany AD&D with a retro clone that streamlines its intricate rules. It's useful to know why Gygax introduced a rule, but it's arguably more useful to have it easy to reference. The retro clone we suggest is the one that sticks closest to AD&D's rules, Osric, the old school reference and index compilation. While not everything is fully accurate, we suspect most old school groups probably played a homebrew version of the AD&D rule set anyway. Advanced Dungeons & Dragons did a lot to improve on the original game's inconsistencies, but it was meant to be more of a guidebook than a textbook. It may be a complicated system to learn at first, but it can generate some interesting predicaments that your gaming group won't soon forget.
Once again, Santa forgets me.
Oh, I didn't forget you. Here's your present. It's this sexy game called Mobile Legends Adventure. Mobile Legends Adventure is an idle RPG mobile game where rewards accumulate even when you are not playing. As an idle RPG, heroes can automatically fight for you, so you can play the game while doing other things. You can play 5 to 10 minutes every day and still build a strong squad. I like to play when I'm watching shows, but you can play wherever. While you're on a walk, having lunch, or when you're taking vengeance against Santa for always forgetting you. For gamers who love strategy, Mobile Legends Adventure lets you flex your big brain by making important decisions about how to use resources and form the strongest lineup. There's also mazes to explore and plenty of awesome puzzles to solve, so you'll never get bored. With Christmas coming soon, from December 17th to January 6th, Mobile Legends Adventure is holding a Christmas celebration event where you can gain spicy rewards. Select wish globes and hang them on the Christmas tree, and Santa will deliver random presents to you the next day. Log in every day during the event and you can claim a total of 70 premium summon scrolls for free. Plus there's also Christmas and New Year's themed skins for a limited time only. Use this Christmas code and you can activate 1,000 diamonds and 20 summon scrolls. Just click the link in the description and download Mobile Legends Adventure today. Also, use my special SMG4 bonus code where you can claim an extra 300 diamonds. Ho, now on to the video!
Fair enough.
That is my impression of Nintendo advertising.
So nice.
Here we go.
Thank you for stopping
Let's go.
by to say hello.
Mamma mia. Stupid. You
Oh.
Oh.
I want to do that.
Oh no.
You lied to me.
Okay.
Super Mario 64. Ok. Sexto número en la etiqueta de OK y llama.
This is not okay. I can feel the tumors growing on my back, and it's not okay.
Go anywhere you want to go. Do anything you want to do. What am I, a monkey? Shut the f*** up. No entertainment.
Introducing Super Smash Brothers for all your favorite
Mamma
characters
mia.
go toe-to-toe in one 4-player.
Oh, wow. You wouldn't expect.
Say goodnight.
That looks like a peanut. looks like a penis!
Announcing.
Still looks like a penis!
Be friends and eating cheese.
Good night, Mario, said Luigi. Sweet dreams, Luigi, said Mario. And that's when something quite strange began to happen.
Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it!
See you next time.
Pikachu, reel it in.
He talks to Pikachu. Pikachu listens.
Pikachu, come here. It's busted.
Sweet is better than dirty, and dirty sweet is sweet. Unless you're talking about turkey.
Hello.
It's a virus.
A video game called Kirby's Pinball Land. And Kirby's...
What is that? What the fuck is that?
Oh dear God.
All right, boys. Let's see a Terminator do that, huh?
It was at this moment that he knew. He monkey.
Sonic has gone on record saying that his team is destined for victory. Would you like to comment to that?
You got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. Here's what my dong looks like.
It's a rat.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I'm in the dog.
Thank God I'm blind.
Mario Kart Super Circuit on Game Boy Advance.
Oh God, no! Nintendo Entertainment System.
Mamma mia.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Take care of this.
Obey me, Wario. I am your master. Obey Wario. Destroy Mario.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear God.
Oh, he'll be fine. Uh-oh.
Muffin is a tabby. Buddy is a retriever.
What?
And Kirby is
Complicated.
What the hell is this? That's tennis?
Let the battle begin. You can use incredible power-up moves in new Mario Power Tennis.
Get down on the ground. You'll never take me alive.
Open fire.
What?
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
I don't care.
Nighty.
Did you see the latest Nintendo newsletter?
Whoa, nice graphics. I'd like to get... This isn't very good.
You mean you haven't? It's The Legend of Zelda, and it's really rad. Those creatures from Ganon are pretty bad. Octoroks, Tektites, Levers, too.
I can't move anywhere.
You're scared.
You beat it now, bitch! Hoshi no Kabi! Nante no Sugama! Hoshi no Kabi just ate a child!
911, what's your emergency?
What? Hallelujah! Holy
Would you like some peas?
Mamma mia!
You are all so ugly!
ピクミンは火に強い。青ピクミンは溺れない。いいピクミン。
Super ready, yes. Look at this dude. What? And now we catch him on camera.
Hi everyone, I'm Shigeru Miyamoto.
So, should I be checking the videos on thing? Oh, got a video here from Simon. Speaking of Mario Land, I reincarnated in Mario Maker 2. Oh! Oh no! Oh no. That's weird. Oh! You know. Sub alert, raid alert? I will have to do those another time. The Google Drives again. There we go. That was cute.
They're the world's most fearsome fighting team. They're heroes in a hot shell and they're green. When the evil better attack, these turtle boys don't cut them no slack. When I taught them to be ninja team, Leonardo leads Donatello dust machine. Raphael is cool but crude. Michelangelo is a party dude. Mike, Wad, Leo, ready. Straight from the sewer, bebop and rock steady. Got the Foot Clan under attack, it gets heavy. When the Brotherhood of Ninja Warriors drop heavy, it's all in the fan. No heroes, just brothers dedicated to the cause of protecting others. All different in their own right, but when they come together as a team, you've never seen it better. Splinter's got their backs, but Splinter strikes back. Total power to the limit, there's no turning back.
Oh, don't go there. We don't want to go there. No, we don't want to go there. Good. I'm so relieved we didn't go there. I am relieved. the Michael Bay Ninja Turtles weren't bad, but they weren't good either. And the no, don't go there thing was about the Vanilla Ice turtle rap. I don't need to hear that. See. One second. I gotta get a drink. Got it. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy the Michael Bay Ninja Turtle movies so much. Actually, I didn't enjoy them so much I didn't watch the one with Krang in it. Pardon me. Do you have another video for me, or shall I put another? Because I've got videos in the waiting in the wings. Ads. No.
Watch this.
Wait, you've got ads? Okay. I'll put yours on next, Jade, okay? Pardon
me. Like the movie The Ring. Awesome.
Not so awesome.
Come back here, you. Giggity, giggity, crabbity, giggity.
Would you mind giving me a lift home, buddy?
He really hates Brian.
I'm a virgin, Joe. I don't want to die a virgin. Help me, please. Let me have sex with Bonnie.
I guess so. For my friend, on our last day on Earth.
You're a good man, Joe Swanson.
How was your first time?
Oh, I've had sex lots of times. I just wanted to have it again. Screw you.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's play I Never. You gotta drink if you did the thing that the person says they never did.
Oh, I got one. I never slept with a woman with the lights on.
I'll go next. I never had sex with Cleveland's wife.
All right, let's see. I never did a chick in a Logan Airport bathroom. God, let's see. What else is there? I never gave a reach around to a spider monkey while reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, God.
I never picked up an illegal alien at Home Depot to take home and choke me while I touched myself.
Oh, come on.
I never did the same thing, but with someone from Joanne Fabrics.
Oh, God, this is ridiculous.
Oh, boy, he's out cold. Hey, let's write on him.
Here's your baby. She's beautiful. Isn't she, sweetheart?
She sure is, Joe.
It's hard to believe she's already 18. Oh, Brian's a complete dick. We all know that. But I think we're losing sight of the point that Bonnie's a weird slut who's always letting you know she's open for business.
What? When am I doing that?
Oh, come on. When are you not doing that? With that boo-boo baby voice and that still breastfeeding rack? Give me some of that.
Oh, Dad, I think this is Mr. Quagmire's driveway. Didn't he say it was between two big oak trees?
Well, there's a lot of trees around here. How do we know we're in the right spot?
I think it's a safe bet this is the place.
Yeah, safe bet.
Well, this looks comfortable.
This is gonna be a relaxing weekend.
Nope. Oh no!
It's so nice up here.
I know. I love the way the fire makes the shadows dance around behind us.
One time, my friends and I went camping, and nobody could start a campfire. And then I tried to start the campfire, and I could.
That's insane. What is going on over here? We taking our shirts off now? Okay, follow the leader. Hey, baby, how'd you like to share a pair of skates?
Sure.
Oh, never mind. Boy, you look a lot better from the back.
You jerk.
Oh, hey, baby, you want to go somewhere? No, wait, Quagmire. Remember what's on the other side.
Peter, may I use your restroom? I took a laxative and a stool hardener. Oh, and they're fighting it out in there.
Yeah, it's upstairs, Mort.
Oh, boy. I hope there's a scale in there. I'd like to have a before and after on this one.
I'll be out in a minute.
I really need to go.
She said she'll be out in a minute.
All right, Susie. What have you brought in for show and tell?
This is my Malibu Barbie doll that I got for Christmas this year. She comes with a hairbrush, a pocketbook, and 2 different dresses.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Peter, I would like to remind you that you are in a classroom.
Not for long.
Can I help you, sir?
Hi there, my name's Glenn Griffin. I'm here to pick up my son Peter for a doctor's appointment.
Peter is your son?
That is affirmative.
Because you look a lot more like that child over there.
Daddy?
Oh, God!
Daddy?
Oh, God!
Papa?
Oh, God! Hey, there are no kids in here, right?
No, just me.
Oh, thank God. You want to have unprotected sex? Peter, what the hell? My car! Oh, damn it. Hey, come back!
เฮ้ย จะไปไหน มานี่ อีดอก กูจ่ายเงินไปแล้ว กี่กอง กูตกลงกับพ่อมึงทำไมไม่ตอบ
Oh, sorry, Quagmire.
How the hell am I supposed to get to the airport? I gotta fly a plane in 20 minutes.
Oh, I can drive you. I got a pickup truck, see?
Well, come on!
Quagmire, I am so sorry.
Don't worry about it.
We can go after them.
Don't worry about it. They're tagged. They're tagged. Just get me to the airport.
Tagged. Dear God. Dear God, indeed.
I meant, like, teach me how to jujitsu, not asphyxiate me. But,
she's kind of cute.
Why not both? Anyway, Aero Kitsune, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. I'm not a bottom. Do I sound like a bottom?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Huh.
Yes, he does.
Wasn't that triple S tier?
Oh, no.
So you have to work hard. Hi, Mom.
She's cute.
CM Punk, that having an undefeated streak and a string of underwhelming matches against underwhelming opponents made you championship material. I thought that just made you the new Ryback.
And who is taller than you? And you can't teach that.
You can't teach height?
That mother of yours whose basement you live in, she swallows, so... If I wanted to hear your opinions, I would turn on TLC and watch reruns of my 600-pound life. So shut up.
Well, damn.
No. Took your ball and went home like a little bitch. Possibly imagined a straight-edge man could look so much like a meth addict. I'm about to verbally finish you quicker than your UFC career. You can't lay a finger on me. And I'm so sincerely sorry about that. Time to shine. Cut my music, cut my music.
Sounds like a bottom to me.
You know, he is a tremendous uniform.
I'm the asshole. You people bought a ticket to see me, so shut up. And in that ring, wait, Brett, fans coming to
call you an asshole.
Cheap. Just cheap.
Oh my God! The future face of this company. Because God knows a horse can't be the face of this company. Unlike you, Piper was actually talented enough to main event a WrestleMania. If I'm not starting to be shown the proper respect around here, maybe I'll main event a Mania too. People to understand what I'm saying, since you are all from Cincinnati. I'm looking at you, 16 and pregnant.
Cincinnati's own Brian Pillman, the loose cannon's daughter.
That certainly would explain your vile looks, so you thought it was a good idea to go toe-to-toe on the microphone with MJF? It's a real shame that your drug-addicted mother, Methany... Oh, I am going to do to you what your mother should have done 20 years ago. I'm going to abort... Look at me, old man. And the best there ever will. Actually, scratch that. That catchphrase sucks.
Mama's jerk? Fucker?
Easy there, Seabiscuit, easy. As much as I want to wrestle a prepubescent teenager, I'm a little busy right now. It's been a great chat, huh? Well, guess what, Cody? I'll give you this. There's one thing about you that's very real. And that's your shitty little lisp. Suckerin' succotash, Cody. I'm so sorry. Did I offend you, huh, bud? In a lot of pain right now after what happened on Sunday. But all you people want to do is hear me talk, right? That's what... Big merger, boss. A lot of important executives here tonight to watch your product. When this company first started, it was all friends wrestling. It's funny I hear boos, but I also hear clapping. That's interesting, because I don't want to be here anymore.
Then fuck off.
You sit there on your phones, tweeting out your opinions. You don't know shit.
On his condition, we haven't seen him in a couple of weeks.
Cut my music, cut my music.
Cut his mic.
Darby's little emo daddy. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. He's embarrassed the icon in front of all these mugs. And thin. Fat boy, I got the microphone. Your friend Darby Allin has wound up in the same exact spot as your old pal, Lex Luger. In a wheelchair. Oh. Your daughter swallows. How about you keep your redneck mouth shut while I'm holding the microphone?
So here's the deal. Don't say CM Punk's name or I'll knock teeth down your throat. How about that? CM Punk, the guy I beat twice in Chicago, CM Punk? That's CM Punk.
Are you still a virgin, brother?
Ask your mom, bruv. Vincent Kenny McMahon is willing to shill out more money than my good friend Tony Khan, then yes, I would go to WWE.
Change into my gear and wrestle him tonight in an impromptu main event. Is that what you want? Cleveland, I know you're dumb, but I didn't know you were deaf. I asked you a question. I guess the only thing you're the best in the world at nowadays is trying to get in Britt Baker's pants. That's exactly what Britt would look like if you got her in the bedroom. You ain't CM Punk. You're one pump chump. In your prime, you couldn't lace my boots. And now, with those arthritic hands of yours, you couldn't hold my jock. Then, I could take one of those diamond daughters of yours. It's the big man in the back, too. Make sure he hoards all that money so he can give it to all the new ex-WWE guys he keeps bringing in. Would you treat me better if I was an ex-WWE guy? I want you to fire me. You, Mark, fire me.
Oh, hey, Mikey, the Mikinator, what's going on? The last thing I would want for you, Mikey, is to look back on the night and have any regrets, because looking at your face, I'm sure you can already think of one.
I mean, you have been robotically kissing ass all over the place. And based on your eyes, if anybody needs to go to sleep, this is PG punk. Because you might as well be coming out here preaching hustle, loyalty, and respect. I can see you. You stayed put on that couch for 7 long years. Why? Is it because you were too busy making comic books nobody read and movies nobody saw? You've been nothing more than second best. Whether it was the You Can't See Me Man or the King of Kings. Right now, I'm standing in the armpit of America, known as New Jersey, to have a conversation with the late, great, loose cannon, Brian Pillman. Hey, Pillman, we need to talk.
Good God.
Bethany, the floor is
Definitely
yours.
has the art being a heel down, that's for sure.
Guys, I can't hear Wardlow. Can you? Can we let him try to speak one more time? All right, screw him. He's not going to speak. Guys, you don't want me to talk about 2024? That's funny. Neither does the guy in the back. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh boy. He does. I'll say one thing about that guy. He's got being a heel down to a T.
We all know this melon-headed Nickelodeon icon. He's a boy genius with a hankering for making that's sure to have you placed on an FBI watch list. Jimbo Neutronio.
Now, aside from ascending to god levels of meme,
Okay, Daddy.
Jimmy also got 4 video games, the first one releasing alongside the 2002 movie. We already played that absolute shit stain. I still have nightmares about it to this day. Why won't he just go away?
Today, we're checking out Attack of the Twonkies for the PS2. I really hope it's better than the last one we played.
Leave a like on the video. If this video gets 3.14159 likes, we'll check out the other Jimmy Neutron games. And if you don't like the video, PS2 Jimmy is going to visit you in your dreams tonight.
Oh dear God.
Jimbo Neutronio.
Attack of the Twonkies. Whatever a Twonkie is, I'm not sure what that is.
We're gonna be twonking with Jimbo Neutronio.
And his big head and his hot mom.
Attack on Titan opening credits. Wait, no, this is the Adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius.
I don't remember this being the intro. What the fuck is this?
Wait, was Attack of the Twonkies like a made-for-TV movie or something?
Oh my god, you might be right.
Tech 2 trailer.
What? What does that have to do with literally anything, dude?
Rated P for penis.
What does that have to do with the price?
Oh, why did he turn into like that little ant?
Why did that guy's stomach have lips on it, dude? That's what I'm more concerned about.
Where is Tech now when we need him?
Dude, Tech died in a car accident in like 2008.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah, you gotta be more sensitive.
All right, let's play Attack of the Twonkies, but first,
I have to shart my pants.
Well, I have to get back to my lab and make preparations for my trip to Twonkus 3.
Twonkus 3?
Excuse me?
You know, the comic?
Oh, here we are, dude, in Attack of the Twonkies.
Oh, he moves so weirdly because his head is so disproportionate from his body. Can I interact with this?
Oh my god, it's like uranium in there, dude. Don't touch that.
That's how Jimmy's head's so big, because he keeps messing with radioactive materials.
Yeah, if it glows green, probably don't touch it. Oh, dude, it's the meth lab. It's a meth lab.
Jimmy, we've got to make some meth.
Where would a genius be without his lab? Now I need to find those parts. I wonder if I can find them in the lower levels.
Man, his lab is huge. What the fuck?
How do his parents afford this?
His mom has an OnlyFans, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's $500 for feet pics. Don't ask me how I know this. Oh, dude, you got 700 Jimmy points.
Oh, genius points. We get 700 Mr. Beast dollars.
We can buy all the Mr. Beast chocolate bars that we want.
What is that?
An old shoe.
It's his Air Maxes. He needs to wear them to Bungus 3.
Oh, yo.
This gizmo piece will come in handy.
Press the X button to move across to the object. Press the up or down.
Oh,
Then
Just
press
shut up.
to see if an
What happened now? We just went
What?
inside of fucking Jimmy Neutron's cranium. What just happened?
Was that him making the invention?
That was him fucking busting a nut.
Hypercube? What the fuck is a hypercube?
This is advanced. I did not expect for this Jimmy Neutron Attack of the Twonkies game to be so fucking advanced. Okay, so what invention did you get? Rocket boots or something?
The boots. It doesn't say what it does.
Scribble sneakers.
Nowhere tells me what it does.
Oh, look at the ground, dude. Oh my god, it just draws on the ground.
Oh, I gotta draw some bollocks.
Oh my god, Max, what did you do?
That's bollocks, look.
Those are bollocks? Oh, what is that bend?
It's bollocks.
Oh god, Max, what happened to your bollocks?
With this object, I could make an incredible super invention.
Really? Is it as super as you drawing cock and balls everywhere you go?
Oh, that one is just...
That's sus. That one is
Yeah, it
sus.
is my idea machine. What ideas do you have for me today?
What is this? It's just my Jimmy Neutron bed.
This is where I sleep. Mum and Dad don't let me stay in the house as I count on my big head.
Atomic bomb, a super invention object.
Okay, we got a super invention. Oh, dude, we can put one together now. We can make a super invention.
Oh, what is it gonna be?
Think.
Brain blast! I mean the rocket ship.
Cool, a gizmo piece.
Oh, cool, I found a gizmo piece. Whoa.
Oh, guys, I found a gizmo piece.
Jimmy, that's just a pair of goggles. Okay, not everything is a gizmo piece.
You want to come to the pet store and hold the animals up while I sniff them?
Sorry, Carl, I have a date with Twonkus 3.
Twonkus 3?
You can go run! Twonkus 3 is entering Earth's orbit in an hour.
He didn't even have a watch on, dude. He just looked at his wrist. Oh my god. Oh, his eyes. Just snorted like 5 lines of meth before he came on screen.
Yay, I got an A on the report card. Hell yeah.
Yay, maybe my mom will buy me a new gizmo piece now.
I need to stop at this discarded space station and pick up some neutronium fuel canisters to super boost me to Twonkus.
Discarded space station?
Oh, just gonna casually roll up to this abandoned space station.
Whoa! Looks like there is zero gravity here.
Really?
Jimmy, how are you alive?
How is he
dude?
breathing?
Yeah, your brain would just fucking combust.
A gizmo piece. All right.
I wish it didn't fucking tell me every time I picked something up. Mom, I found gizmo piece.
No, son, that's a dead rat. Put it down. Oh.
No, put it down. Down, Boo Boo. Sit, Boo Boo.
Wham, 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 wham.
Jimmy Neutron was the imposter.
Jimmy's pretty sus. Look at that guy. Look at that face. That's pretty sus.
4 to go.
4 to go. What, I need to press these? What am I doing with them?
You gotta press triangle 4 times. The fate of the world depends on it.
That's what this whole game has been so far. What does something press triangle?
It's intense gameplay. Press triangle. Press triangle. Press triangle. Press triangle.
Well, not a smooth landing, but a landing just the same.
I think Jimmy's drunk. So what is it about Twonkus 3 that's so appealing to Jimmy? Like, why does he want to be here so bad? It's like desolate.
Yeah, there's nothing here but some purple rocks.
I feel like there's a joke that we could say about, something purple, Max.
Purple joke?
I got nothing.
Oh, look at that.
We found Bitcoin, Goddard.
We found a raw Bitcoin deposit.
Oh my god, we're gonna be millionaires now, dude. We scooped up all that Bitcoin juice.
Hey, looks like an upgrade pack for Goddard.
Oh my god, is that a human bone? Dude, that's a human bone.
It's a
Jimmy.
Jimmy's just picking it up.
That's somebody's femur, Jimmy. I think you should put that down.
Fetch the bone. Go, boy.
Use invention, press triangle, walk to place. Use invention.
This animation is so fun to watch.
You have to watch him collect it.
I love watching this animation. I hope they make us do it again.
Okay, brilliant. We got A again.
What do you have to do to not get an A?
You can't finish the level without getting an A. I don't understand. Maybe it's just because it's the first few levels, all right?
When are we gonna get to kill Twonkies?
He won't kill Twonkies. Jimmy Neutron is a pacifist.
He wasn't a pacifist in the last game, dude. Running around with a baseball bat smacking aliens. It's time to vote on which game you'd rather see us play first on the channel.
Today we have Ice Age, Scrat's Nutty Adventure, or Hotel Transylvania 3. Oh, what a blast these'll be.
Oh, and follow us on Twitter. We post sneak peeks and some fun memes over there.
Oh my god. Oh, is that a Twonky?
Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
Oh god, this game went from 0 to 100. Was this a boss?
What are we supposed to do? Oh, just get in the rocket and run away? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's a fucking monster. Of course the kid's gonna run away.
That was the boss.
Oh, thank God we got an A. I was worried for a second.
What the hell is this game? It's like a no combat game, I guess. Maybe there's no combat in this one.
Maybe we just haven't invented anything to kill yet,
Oh
dude.
yeah, we need to invent an AK-47.
Why is there a soft, squishy thing digging itself out of that tank of stuff?
Huh? Well, would you look at that? It must be a life form indigenous to Twonkus 3.
Aw, he's adorable. I'm gonna call him, oh, I know, a Twonky. Jimmy, I don't think he's very cute and cuddly anymore.
Make inventing easier.
Yeah, Jimmy, you don't have time. Those things are gonna fucking murder you.
Was it Adderall that he found?
What can we make, I wonder? Let's see.
A gun.
A fucking cat.
A gun.
Shrink ray.
Oh, shrink ray. Okay. So you can shrink him down and stomp on him. Time to get some Twonky blood on your hands, dude.
Take this, you Twonky bastard.
What? They don't say shrunken? This is stupid.
I think I know what I need to do. It's not the Twonkies I've got to shrink. It's this. I was wrong. Do I shrink myself in the mirror? That seems counterproductive.
I bet my shrink ray can reflect off this mirror just like light.
That's what I did. I shrunk. Oh, I'm shrunken now. See? Instead of just shrinking the table.
Well, well, if it isn't little Jimmy Nerdtron.
Who even is this guy? Do you remember this guy from Jimmy Neutron?
No.
And now.
Oh, that's right.
That was an encyclopedia.
This kid's gonna need stitches after this, man. And go.
Right, I'm talking this fucking big egg head. His potato head. He looks like a potato.
He does, dude.
Okay, you win this one, Nerdtron, but you better watch your back.
Dude, all you had to do was stop running around underneath the books.
All you have to do was, yeah, or go upstairs and beat the shit out of Jimmy. What's that?
Ooh, I found my mom's lube. It's gonna go great in one of my gizmo inventions.
Not sure if I need a bath right now.
You do.
Yeah, I think you do, Jimmy.
You do, you stinky fucking boy. Get in the fucking bath.
This is Mum and Dad's bed. Extra springy. With a picture of Jimmy watching over them in bed. There she is.
Jimmy's mom.
It's got it going on.
You stay in this house until every one of them has been collected.
Anything you say, Mom.
Dude, he puts them in his ass. I'm telling you, every single time he crams it up there. Watch this. Pick this one up.
All right, Jimmy.
He puts it up his ass.
This gizmo piece will come in handy.
He does.
Jimbo!
Is that you? Oh, there he is.
Where are you, Dad?
The backpack, the blower-vac, and the funnel.
Oh, this is gonna be how we collect them.
Oh
my god.
Will allow me to capture and store Twonkies. Come here, you little Twonky bastard.
How exciting is that gameplay, sucking up the Twonkies?
Very, very. I start sucking, and then I hold the analog stick backwards.
Oh, that's.
And he like gravitates towards it. All right, we get it, dude. You're chasing me. Oh my god, please stop. Please stop.
Oh my god. Go away. Go away. I do not like Twonkies, dude. I'm not loving Twonkies.
I'm not a fan of the Twonkies. They keep making the same sound effects.
It doesn't even sound like an alien. That's the funniest part. It just sounds like some guy in a microphone.
I'm trying to be alone, Mama.
Like, oh, you just walk anywhere and you'll eventually hear.
I'm sure I'll find something in here.
Yeah, let's just walk into someone's house and take some gizmo pieces.
Yeah, we need some gizmo pieces, bro. What do they got?
So, a super invention piece.
Oh my god, there's dynamic
It
weather.
just started raining.
This game is advanced.
Dynamic weather effects. Ultra Curl 1000. And Mr. Slick's hair gel.
Think.
Grand larceny.
Wonder what I would look like if I have a quick haircut.
You made the ultra hairstyler, dude. Let's see what that does.
Oh, he's got an afro.
Oh my god.
He kind of fucking rocks it though. I'm
He
not gonna
does.
lie.
He does. He really does.
It really suits him. What is this?
Oh god.
Kill me. I was designed for sexual pleasure, not for post-boxing.
Morjax, looks like it's raining on your little girl's party.
Nerdtron, you can have the stupid playground. One of those monsters of yours has grown huge and is destroying things in there.
What the fuck am I supposed to do here?
Yeah, this is gonna be a disaster. Oh my god, no. What are you supposed to do? They don't give you any instruction. Are you supposed to
The game
suck
went
them?
from giving too much instruction to giving none.
Oh my god.
These things don't go away as well. They don't go away.
No, they just chase you indefinitely.
They just hunt you down until they get you.
Ow,
Oh
ow,
my
oh my
God.
god. Oh my god, dude. This is insane. Yeah, so he's stuck. Let me like set up this stupid teeter-totter and launch it right at his head.
There, like that, like that.
Yeah, there we go. That deals a lot of health. Yeah.
All right, now he's going to do this. He's going to try and strike one of these. Eventually.
Ow.
Okay, I did it. Oh my god!
Dude, this boss battle is relentless. Attack of the Twonkies, man.
Oh, I did it. What?
He died somehow. I have no idea how he took damage, but apparently he did. Rest in peace, Mr. Twonky. Okay, Jimmy Neutron, Attack of the Twonkies. Not a terrible game, but, you know, monotonous to say the least.
Hey, it's more inventive than most of the games.
It's so true.
The licensed Nick Games games.
We'll see you guys in the next video.
We'll see you there.
Fucking people.
Yum, 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 yum.
Getting dusted off the cobwebs. He used to be cool, but only when he had an edge. Hey, upside down, you tripping. Climb to the top. It's dusted in the place, but you're so ugly you should paint your whole face. Call your girl, she all in my mentions, trying to hit me up for some oral sessions. I slap you if you smiling, but you look like you hit more rocks than Hunter Biden. Your movie's the only way I'll ever go to sleep. You're not the voice of the voiceless. The ladies say you're the voice of the voiceless. FDR, you ain't safe. I'ma send your asses to ROH. We the reason for the people in the seats. Y'all are less popular than Glenn Jacobs' tweets. Max Caspian. Have you sending pics from bed like Pete Davidson? And it's the last time you be at the show. They gon' have to remember you like the Alamo. He acclaimed is the best, I'm just being honest. I blow this bitch out the water like I'm Leah Thomas. Your girl wishes you were Paulie D. She told us that you have the smallest D.
Oh,
He
wow, he
claimed
rhymed
back to
D
throw you
with
around.
D.
Got these bitches running
What a
out like
rhymer.
Antonio Brown. You about to get your chin smacked, trying to work here cause you couldn't make an impact. Platinum Max, Anthony Bowen, Leo Rush can't hang in this environment. He's about to go into his 15th retirement. And Team Taz ain't got no plus, so hang with us if you wanna be down. You're the only good thing from this depressing ass town. If you think you can beat the acclaimed, you better wait. You must be higher than the Chicago murder rate. So maybe take a speech class, boys. You getting roasted by Acclaimed and the Ass Boys. Hey. This whole city smells like a porta-john, and y'all look the other way like Ed Orgeron. And that guy must be a genius. His big bald head just looks like a penis. Yo, Platinum Max, I spit hot fire. Wait, who left Jungle Boy in the dryer? Got more people hearing me than January 6th. Honestly, I had something to say, but somebody made me sign an NDA. He's overrated like Nashville hot chicken. And we all know the 6 boy. You're not a man, just MJF's bitch boy. And this dude's too generic to even diss. Matter of fact, yo, you looking too ugly to even kiss. Y'all want to hear me freestyle? The Acclaimed, doing it on the big stage. We got more TV time than Brian Cage. You think you tough? Better stop that. You're gonna expire just like your contract. Acclaimed in the guns, you know we so arousing. We the best pair since Hook and Danhausen. We the John Cena guys, that's so petty. But we John Cena, the Young Bucks Genetti. This dude is mad soft. There is no future if you take your mask off. Wait, that's Colin Delaney? I thought it was an extra from Real Slim Shady. Platinum, the flyest on the air. Catch you slipping like Joe Biden on the stairs. So check it out, and you a one-trick pony. Treat me like a breathalyzer, and the Acclaimed on the mic, I'm a showboat. Jungle Boy stutters every time he cuts a promo. You're so progressive, I gotta emphasize, cause you leave your girlfriend alone with 7 guys. My Jungle Boy. Acclaim make you stupid. Cut your lights off like we cut off Judas. Sorry, Chris, should get a shot at that diamond ring. Unless you wanna be my sunshine and sing. On second thought, I think I'll pass. You're not that cute, and I got a better ass. Thing in 10 years, you'll be on dark side of the ring. Jungle, I'll slap you like you John Stossel. Luchasaurus, I'ma turn you to a fossil. You interrupt every segment. That's the only way you guys can stay relevant. The city is a damn disgrace. It's why Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay. Orange Cassidy will get his head rocked. You about to get eliminated like the Red Sox. Oh, no. We killing every city that we landed in. Packing that heat like my name's Arn Anderson. Lucha Pros don't stand a chance like Rocky Balboa. They're fake-ass champs. Everybody loves the Captain Sean Dean. Too bad I heard that he has a small peen.
He's the one that's focusing on that detail. Hi, Clem. How you doing?
Cross. And what's that smell here in North Carolina? Oh, wait, that's Julius. Oh!
That's just rude.
Hey, yo, Moxley, welcome back. But your wifey still ain't called me back. We'll send you right back to the garbage indies. We'll knock you out. Hey, the network called. He said, watch your mouth.
And yet he's
Sonny
standing next to
Kiss,
someone
you
who's
losing
up
to
there
a
in
plane
pain.
tonight because you can't get on TV to save your life. I'm leaving with my hand raised up. You got silicone in your pancake butt. I thought you had ass.
What a main event we have in store.
And his opponent, Platinum, Max Caster. The Acclaim, nobody here stopping us. Why is Penta hanging out with Count Chocula? And Penta, I heard you're pequeño, and your name is short for pendejo. Oh!
I got one above as another video. I
I'm laying this dude down like a sex division. I'm main event Max, he's X division. And Tony, why we give this guy a chance when we beat them in the race? He was their champ.
So what you been up to, Clem? Like you did. Oh my. Gotta ask, Clem, do you have any video suggestions? Mainly because you were here earlier and you're back again. But I don't think you've ever given a recommendation yet. Do you have any recommendations? I'm not trying to troll, but the video went on mute again. Wait, what? But video went on mute. What do you mean by that? Okay, TMNT, I got you.
Scooby-Doo, a show that started in the 1970s and has now been running for like 900 years. There was even a series of live-action movies, but we don't talk about those.
There's been loads of Scooby-Doo games across pretty much every platform, but we decided to check out the Mystery Mayhem one for PS2. It didn't review that well, but how bad could it be, huh?
And in honor of Spooky Month, we're only going to be playing the spookiest games.
Leave some suggestions below.
Let's play this mess.
Scooby-Doo TM Mystery Mayhem.
Apparently there's a couple Scooby-Doo games for the PS2, so if you guys want to see another Scooby-Doo game, 900 likes.
900 likes and we'll play them all.
Oh god, play them all.
You know what we need to look at first before we start a new game?
The extras.
Theatrical trailer.
Oh, Jesus.
For the movie?
For which? Oh, is it the live action? No. Oh,
Yes.
no.
It is. The one with Mr. Bean.
Oh,
No,
God.
this is the second one.
This is so fucking cursed, man. We could make a whole video on this movie.
Yeah. Imagine if we did videos on movies.
Oh, God. We should. Do you remember these live-action Scooby-Doo movies? They were just, like, insanely inappropriate and kind of like...
They were. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you?
God, the early 2000s was just a cursed time for all media.
High scores. Kaltar, Phil, Archie 3.
Do you know any of these people, Max?
No. The Haunting of Hambridge.
All right, here we have the gang driving around in their fucking... What's it called again? Mystery Mobile? What's it
The
called?
mystery machine. It said on the side of it.
Oh.
Oh, what is wrong with Shaggy's face?
So what's
It's
the
got a
story
laugh
this
track.
time?
He's got a laugh track. Did Scooby-Doo ever have a laugh track?
Yeah.
Really? The show?
Originally, yeah.
What the fuck?
Why does Fred look like he wants to kill everyone?
Because he wants to kill everyone.
Friends have made quite a name for yourselves dealing with ghouls and ghosts.
We always get our monster.
You never got your monster, did you, Fred? Your monster was inside you all along.
Why is there so many adults that run around in Halloween costumes and fake haunt places?
Normally to get money, it would seem.
How is it profitable, ever, to do that? Does Scooby-Doo explain that?
Because they want to get deeds for houses, or they want to scare people away.
I'm so sorry, but we've lost the key to the basement.
Who's that guy?
Who the
That was the ghost. It has to be. This has to be him. Who is it? Woody Allen?
Looks like a sex offender.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. What is that?
That monster is floating and it went through a wall, so that is actually a ghost. Zoinks! Like I'm high, dude!
Zoink Scoobs.
Zoink Scoop, where's all the ham?
Where's all the ham?
What? Look at this book. What is this, for Necronomicon?
Oh god. Don't touch it, it's cursed. Zoink Scoobs, I'm gonna sit here and take a shit on the Necronomicon.
The door is locked.
Oh, okay.
Well, we tried.
Time to leave. Lose all your cool and you will restart where you last saved.
Okay, so what's that mean? When we die?
Is that the health? It's cool. Lose your cool.
I wouldn't describe Shaggy and Scooby as cool.
That's how they kept this game E forever.
Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Sorry about this, guys. But when you gotta go, you gotta go. I'm back. Sorry about the ads. Figured 7 would put up. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I had no idea that there were that many ads. I know the ads can be jarring sometimes. I mean, I copped that a lot yesterday when I was watching Clem's stream and working on stuff. But yeah. Seven. That's a lot of ads. I'm sorry. I just hit the 3-minute mark when I know I'm going to be 3 minutes. Or more. Yeah. Because I figure it's better to have it when I'm not here than for it to interrupt as often. But I am sorry. Didn't expect me to mention your stream yesterday, huh? I normally lurk in the silence instead of... I don't normally say anything, but I'm getting the hang of being in the chat a bit. Oh, well, let's continue this gameplay thing of Scooby-Doo for the PlayStation 2. And why does it rhyme? That seems like a crime. Why can't I stop fucking rhyming? Damn it! Why did I rhyme so many times? It's no. damn ultraviolet.
Everyone, they just, instead of health, no, they just lost their cool.
Scooby and Shaggy lost their cool.
Now they're in the psych ward.
Hey, Ghost.
Oh, like I'm starting to lose my cool.
That's it, dude.
Like, I'm starting to die, Scoob.
Scooby's dead.
And Shaggy just ate dog food.
Of course he does. He always eats Scooby snacks. It's his favorite food.
What a weird concept that Shaggy likes eating the dog's treats.
We've dressed up as ghosts.
Oh my god, no!
How did Velma get in here?
What the fuck?
This room is a mess. Well, maybe we can find some food on top of these crates.
Why would you be looking for food here?
And why would they be on top of the crates?
You know, libraries, they always store food at the top of crates.
Maybe there's some old food on top of these rusty old crates.
That's not food, that's a magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass.
Hey, Scoob, maybe you can squeeze under those tables and push the cart from the other side.
Ah, so now it's gonna force us to play as Scooby-Doo. Why can't you just climb over it, Shaggy? Are you lazy?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, he doesn't need to answer that. I know he is. That's a side effect of all the weed.
God, there's something disturbing about the dog standing up on its hind legs and pushing that crate.
You've never seen dogs stand up on their hind legs and push crates?
Something very unsettling.
Shaggy?
Thank you for letting me know that it was the way it was.
Shaggy?
Shaggy died because he ate another magnifying glass. Oh, there he is. What was he doing?
I don't know. So high, he just zoned out. Oh.
See, Scoob?
That was a tomato?
What?
What is that sandwich?
It's called
What the hell is that thing?
It's called a triple-decker sandwich. I'm not sure what it has on it.
Triple-decker sandwich?
Pickles, tomatoes, ham, lettuce, and cum?
Yeah.
Triple-decker sandwich?
What is that?
Oh! What was that?
Is that one of the ghosts in this game?
Stick bug, bro.
We almost got spotted by another one of those ghosts.
That's obviously not a ghost.
No.
And he had to unlock the door, unlike the other ghosts who can go through things. Do you know what Shaggy's second name is?
What?
No, guess.
Jeff. My name's Jeff.
My name's Shaggy Jeff.
So we've got Blue Ghost, which goes through you and can't even harm you in any way. Then we've got Green Ghost, which also goes through you and does nothing.
We've got Slimer.
Like, look at that freaky book, Scoob.
Oh, it's the Necronomicon.
But why is this one important? There was one of these upstairs.
Yes, it's an exact copy of the book we were looking at before.
Oh, put my paw down.
How's that now?
That's my stash.
Can you?
Oh, she holds the glasses.
Yeah. Somebody get like some fucking duct tape for this woman, or like contacts.
Contacts, yeah, contacts with me. She'd lose them too. I'm not helping you, Velma. You can just stay there and rot for all I care.
Velma never made it out of Hambridge.
So you're telling me Velma somehow lost her glasses here, and then went all the way onto the other side of the room
And avoided all the ghosts.
and avoided the ghosts?
Is that better?
That's impressive.
Right now, there's only one page. The ghost page. All the pages for other monsters are missing.
It looks like there's a lot of pages in there, Velma. You okay? Your glasses are working okay? Or
No, they're just really thick pages.
that's one. Okay, so we essentially have a proton pack.
That's how we capture ghosts. All right, get ready.
It makes me feel good.
I don't like the ghost busting mechanic, so I'm just not going to do it.
Bust him.
Stay away from me, you little...
Bust him. Bust that ghost. Oh, yeah. Yeah, die, ghost scum. Oh, yeah, he got totally busted.
Imagine if Scooby-Doo acted like a real dog and just pissed everywhere.
Yeah, you just start taking a shit on the ground and you gotta take it back.
That'd be a great mechanic.
You wouldn't even have to pick it up. You could just suck it up with your book.
Yeah, with the book. We just slap the book on it.
What is that thing in the bottom? Oh, is this a boss battle?
Oh, I hope. No.
Oh, God. What does a boss battle look like in the fucking Scooby-Doo game?
There he's just standing here.
What the fuck is he doing? You okay over there, Shaggy?
So we gotta get the blue ghost. There he is. It is him. It's the pervert guy.
Oh my god, dude, half of your cool is gone.
I am gonna die. Give me the Scooby snacks, you bastard.
The guy who's just running around with the thing on, you can't even use the book on him because he's not even a ghost. He's just a guy.
Oh, I've lowered his health somehow. So how is this guy actually summoning real ghosts then? I want to figure that out.
He's a Satanist. He's just summoning demons from the unknown.
We somehow caught him.
They did not show that, but it's
Way
okay.
to go, guys. But why is the ghost still here?
Because it's not a ghost, Daphne.
I think this ghost didn't get sucked into the book because
Did
he's
you ever
not
see
really a ghost at
Supernatural
all.
episode?
Really, Velma?
Old man Jenkins. Is it going to be the
That was
creep from the
actually really
beginning?
entertaining.
Oh, it's Woody Allen.
Shocking.
Yeah, it is.
Shocking.
'Cause, I mean, the Winchesters ended up in the Scooby-Doo cartoon. And the ghost physics of Supernatural
I'm
followed.
quite disappointed.
Yeah, you look it.
That's all you had to
Count
say.
Morgan Freeman.
And they take him to prison. He hasn't done anything illegal, really.
He's going to jail for life.
Yeah. Like why? Like why? Why is he even arrested? Because he put a drape over his fucking head and pretended to be a ghost?
Because he was a pervert.
Oh right, I forgot.
He was a sex predator.
Right.
Mayhem of the movies. We get to go to a theater, but I thought all the theaters were closed right now because of COVID.
That's the whole level. It's just one guy with COVID in the movie theater and running around coughing on everyone.
Don't worry, my brother Doug's just a little down.
He's just a little depressed.
Sorry, my brother wants to kill himself.
What about that man we saw when we arrived?
Oh, that's Robert Zabrinsky from Greenwood Development.
Robert Brzezinski.
I bet you he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure bet Robert Sabinski is the bad guy.
Yeah.
All right, so it's time to go and just collect more ghosts, I guess. You know, exactly the same as the first level, but in a different area.
Handheld
Yeah.
games
Same
sucked,
different
didn't
place.
Yeah. That's how these games work usually.
What the f is that? What the f is that?
What is all of any of this?
I don't know why we can't climb over that fence.
Shaggy's incapable of doing basic things.
Shaggy's just incapable of anything.
Yeah.
Because he's a fucking no good stoner. That's all he does.
Yeah. All I do is get a high and go on ghost adventures, dude.
Like, I see ghosts.
Well, you
No,
can
you
put
don't,
one
Shaggy.
You're just
in,
incredibly high. You shouldn't have taken that 13th
media
bong
share
rip,
and
dude.
reactions channel of
You know, I talk about how like the early 2000s had cursed
you can
media,
put it in
but
the
now
little
it's
channel.
like we just don't create anything anymore. It's just unoriginal garbage.
It's just the same stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Another Scooby-Doo movie. Oh, another Spider-Man movie?
Ooh,
Yay!
another Batman.
You can put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Avengers
the
18. Ooh.
Avengers are back, but I thought they died.
Ghostbusters, but they have vaginas now.
Ghostbusters, but with kids in it this time. And Paul Rudd, for some reason.
We're just gonna take everything that was good and make it again.
Did you ever play the Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase?
Oh my god. Wait,
PS1.
that's the one with the lightning bolt thing, right?
Yeah, and it was like
Dude.
Crash Bandicoot.
Yes, I did play that.
I thought you'd both played that.
That's like in the back of my fucking brain. You know, like
Yeah.
a hidden memory.
I remember it being quite difficult, like unnecessarily difficult.
What was that for?
PS1.
PS1. Yeah, I think I played it at a friend's house.
Yeah.
I never had a PS1, but I do remember playing that one with the lightning bolt thing.
The lightning bolt ghost that was a robot ghost, digital ghost. I mean.
Yeah, nothing made sense. I'm assuming this game was relatively well liked.
Yeah? Does it have good reviews?
I'm just gonna assume if you're a fan of Scooby-Doo, you'd probably like this game, just because they remained like authentic to, you know, Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Metacritic gave it 55%.
What a place to put your Switch up here on top of some boxes. Brilliant. Oh.
Oh, secret door. Okay, down the secret passageway.
Through the secret passageway underneath the vampire set in the movie studio. What is this? Harvey Weinstein's fucking basement? Oh, great.
What
Fuck,
the-
more poltergeists.
What the f is this? Die scumbag. We're sick of your kind around here, poltergeist.
I'm sick of having thrown at me by fucking invisible people.
God, they really have been annoying throughout this whole level.
They have, yes, they have.
And it's time to pay the price.
Just die. Nice try. You missed me. Ah.
And
What
I
the-
don't
Oh,
know
he
what
stole Scooby-Doo. Give me my dog back, you bastard.
What even is that thing?
It's obviously that guy. It's what's his name, Mr. Fleming.
Oh my god, yes, Rob
Even though, like,
Gronkowski.
He's dropping fucking boulders on Shaggy's head. He's trying to kill me.
Yes, this is dangerous. He really should go to prison. Purple camera.
Purple camera. And then push the button, because that's how cranes are operated, with
Yeah,
buttons.
you just press one singular button and it does the trick.
Yeah. That's all it takes.
My brother's not gonna like this.
Well, he's depressed anyway, clinically.
Yeah, he's
so
probably already dead.
he doesn't like a lot of things. Oh, we get a nice cutscene
Oh
too.
god. Oh, we did it. We saved Scoob.
Aw,
How did
that's so
Shaggy get there so
touching.
quickly?
Now go
Daphne,
find my
you can
key.
rot in a cell.
Shaggy, look out!
We don't give a... Oh god, boss battle.
Oh my god, Shaggy was beheaded.
Scooby-Doo, what's it called again, Max? Mansion Mayhem? What's it called?
Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem.
Again, unoffensive. Really. There's a lot of...
I thought you'd be taller.
I thought you'd be prettier. That makes no sense. Why would he take his helmet off? Makes no sense. No sense at all.
We used to really.
You guys ever heard of that show called Family Guy?
Hey, you like? So we go. We make sex?
Wow. Now that is comedy. You know what? Say what you will about Family Guy, but the show has been running for 19 seasons, okay? People love this shit.
You shouldn't be drinking so much. You're driving.
Jesus Christ.
At this point, some would say that Family Guy has earned its place among the classics of animated sitcoms. And maybe it deserves some amount of respect. Maybe.
Now, as for the Family Guy video game that came out in 2006, it's kind of, how do I put this? A Seth MacFarlane fever dream.
It's even more intense, and that time I forgot how to sit my ass down.
The last video hit 1,000 likes and we promised a video, so here it is.
If this video hits 1,000 likes, another video goes up. Easy as that. So go hit it right now. Oh god, it's loud. Oh god. Oh, it's fucking loud.
Hey, Peter! More people are playing our shitty video game.
Whose idea was it like it restarts?
The song resets every time. Max, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't watch much Family Guy as a kid. I really didn't.
No, me neither. I watched more of it as an adult. Like you're supposed to.
That's fair. I was more of a Simpsons guy. No?
I like
now
the
we get some of that
Simpsons Family Guy
classic wit
crossover.
from Seth MacFarlane.
Still out here, huh? Nothing says must-see TV like a 5-day non-stop Mr. Belvedere marathon.
Look at that timely reference, even for 2006.
I just don't understand your need to prance around like a scoutmaster on Labor Day weekend.
Casual gay joke there.
Bertram, did your mothers stop cleaning their carpets long enough to let you out of the house? That was a jab at their sexuality.
2. We've got 2 so far. The gay joke counter. I will say though, it looks pretty good.
It looks like Family Guy.
We often joke about how bad the graphics are in these, you know, movie, TV show games. This is pretty good.
To the Fiber Day, it feels
Oh,
amazing.
Oh no. If you spin fast enough, you just fucking ascends. Okay, so we've got a Wall-E-esque kind of collect-a-thon happening. Is that what I?
Yeah, I
The
got to
Spice
collect nuts.
Yeah, it
That's
gave me
classic
2 of
Family
the
Guy
orbs.
reference. Remember
What
that
the
episode
fuck was
where
that a
Stewie
glitch?
collects the nuts?
I don't
Why
recall
you
that
didn't
actually
jump
happening in
button
the
again
game.
when you're at the top of the first jump, genius.
Yeah, I know how to double jump, Stewie.
Shut the fuck up, Stewie.
Oh my god, I meant to look it up.
Stewie, just
If
shut
that is a
up.
quiz, I'm
I will
clipping that.
shoot you, Meg, but first, I must ascend.
Oh my god, that.
But yeah, welcome readers to my stream. For those that don't know me, I'm Pyra Z, your little fireflower. Welcome. We are currently watching people reviewing a Family Guy game out of time. Thank you for the follow, Mage. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know what to say, so I guess I'll keep the video going.
Oh god, it's Chris.
He has human skulls in his bed.
Why does he have human skulls in his bed? Is that a reference that I just don't get because I don't care about Family Guy? Never did.
Perhaps I shall use this
oh my
mind
God,
control
you're
ray to force Lewis to do
amazing.
it.
You know that,
Wait,
right?
why can't I just
You're
do it?
awesome. Thank you for
Whoa,
the
nice get up,
subsidy.
Stewie.
So you're gonna mind control her
I really do
to
appreciate
what are you gonna make her do?
Make her clean dishes.
You want me to stick my hand in this waffle maker?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Lois,
I
this is
really
not funny. I really don't.
Yeah, hell yeah, I did it.
You dog.
Open these doors for me.
Hey, what's in this closet?
Not used to, I'm
Okay.
still not used to
Yep.
people
Okay,
subscribing.
is
but
that
I
a
do
Family Guy
appreciate
reference?
it a lot, so thank
Oh,
you.
no.
Wow, these are some really funny Family Guy references, Max.
Okay, so ray gun operational. Press square to fire ray gun.
Oh, there's a child falling from the sky.
I'm going to turn my back to them. Assert my dominance.
They're not nice.
Oh my god, there's like 9 of them.
Okay, they're all throwing rocks
way
at
too
you.
much
This is
air with
bullying.
that.
They just threw rocks at each other.
There's just like 12 kids all in a circle throwing rocks at each other.
Oh, they just
Stewie
killed
doesn't
him.
have a helmet like the others.
Anthony, Tom.
I'm pretty sure an entire 5th grade class was just eliminated from the planet.
Yep.
Push cut.
Bush cut. You get it? Because pubes.
Get it, yeah, because he talks about penis.
I don't know what's happening, Max. I'm going to be honest with you. I've
Oh,
got
wait, no, I can do a
clue.
better
Wait,
one
no,
than
this is
that.
a
Like,
cutaway.
Always cutaways like you see on television. However, this is a video game, so they are interactive.
Nice. They broke the 4th wall. What are you shooting? Are those nails?
Wait, how did I succeed?
I don't know. There's a dead man on the ground as well.
There's 2 dead kids. Just dead. Okay, I'm on
This is
Quagmire's
what I've been
roof now. Is there
through.
going to be some sort of dick joke?
No, just children. Just kids with more kids with slingshots.
Okay, some kind of squirrel or Meg, stop interrupting my program.
Some kind of squirrel or Meg.
Peter!
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
He's fucking dead.
You know, I have to come out to this hospital so often. They should name it after me.
Ooh, Death is here. I better get to the fat man before he does.
Could I see death because I'm a baby? And babies can, like, see dead things and shit.
That's how it works. I forgot. Yeah, just dance on his corpse. Dance on the dead guy's corpse.
Thinking of suicide, but no, I can't. You can't judge. I'm not even gonna try.
Videos will look like
Okay, those are adult men.
What do
I'm
you
gonna
mean?
fucking murder you.
Killer.
Can't wait to
Yeah, guys, that's right. I killed your friend. Now I'm your owner. I mean, boss.
Our greatest
I'm really
weakness,
curious
a
on what you
counter.
mean.
Wait, this can't possibly go wrong.
Just keep firing.
Oh!
Just keep shooting and you'll win eventually, probably.
Enemy sighted.
Yep. Just like that. Perfect.
Go Brown.
Guys, I'm already super low on health. I don't need you guys fucking running out on me shouting, "Go Brown!"
My God. What the
man.
f happened? And why is this hallway so wide?
This is, yeah, it's bigger than the other hallway.
It's the widest hallway of all time. Don't worry, Max. If you jump on their dead bodies, you won't get electrocuted.
That's not how electricity works. If I jumped on a dead body, I'd get electrocuted, I think.
See, Max, we're in video game land.
Oh, look at that guy's fucking gross-ass butt crack, dude. Ugh.
So flat.
Dr. Smith to the ICU. Dr. Smith. Never mind.
Well,
don't need the doctor anymore. They've fucking died.
This is like the greatest tragedy in the world. Just a whole hospital. I don't even know what's happened here. Like electricity.
All they did was dump like 64 liters of water in a hallway and then plug an iPhone charger into it or something.
No, dude. No, I need to go through there. Stop it. Hey, Jerry.
Oh, the kissing AS.
Hey, what up to Jerry?
And the
Hey,
ASMR.
kill Jerry.
They got lots of those suicide posters up, eh?
Yeah, they do. They thought this joke was so good they had to put it on the wall like 20 times. Why the hell is Chris here?
I think it's Chris.
It hate you.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. Me on the big screen. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm looking good.
Is this supposed to be a pimple?
Somebody's tumor is just talking.
Chris has a tumor. All things considered, this game's not awful so far. I mean, I played worse.
It's fine. It's unoffensive. Oh.
I'm having to watch.
Oh my God.
Am I gonna squirt babies out of these ladies by jumping on them?
Please don't. Oh, I have no comment.
Come on, you got more in there. Come on, give us another baby.
Did that just fucking happen?
Look, this one's Quagmire.
I can't believe that this is in the game.
Can't you? It's a Family Guy game.
Really?
Stop
She
nurses
gave him
from
a spoon?
healing orderlies. Oh,
Oh
Stewie got
my
a
god!
screw from a
fucking
woman.
missile came out of her
Stewie
vagina.
screwed the woman!
They aren't disintegrating anymore. They're just falling down dead.
They just died. This is far more dark than what it was before.
Stewie screwed the
Why
woman.
is there so many women with fucking missiles stuck up their fanny?
It doesn't seem healthy.
I am the victor. I am always the victor, Stewie Griffin. I will kill them all. All of the people who look the same.
Hidden pornographic scene viewable by pressing up, up, down, down, left.
Up, up, down, down, left. Oh, I pressed up because I wanted to try and see if it was. No, I thought it was an Easter egg.
rule one.
No, I don't know what's going on.
Let anyone see.
I wanted to see the hidden pornographic game, and it takes me to the next part.
We missed the cutscene, so we're just here. We're just here now.
Yeah, we're just in a prison. I mean, watching the cutscene and not watching the cutscene is basically the same.
Those will be fun.
Okay.
Keep out of the sight of other characters. Why?
Yeah.
These guys are in jail cells. What are they going to do?
They're literally locked.
Ew, what is that smell? It's like a fart from one of Cleveland's shoes.
This guy's taking a...
Are we allowed to show this? Are we allowed to show this YouTube? Is it fine?
I mean, they're just watching each other, you know? What's wrong with that?
There's nothing sexual about two bros just scrubbing each other's backs in the prison showers.
It's right, we're leaving. We're leaving. Oh
no, don't drop the soap, don't drop the soap, don't drop the soap.
I can't let them see me or they'll try and induct me into their weird games.
Into their weird games. I did not like that sound.
All right, we're out of here now. No! Why is there still more of this?
Just lots of dudes being dudes.
Ah, now it's going to be the same thing again. Oh no, we're back to the hospital. Ah! What the fuck's going on in this game? What is this?
There's a guy stuck in a giant pancake.
You like swim in it.
Why is it so slippery?
Because it's fat.
That's how that works. Science.
But that guy was stuck in it, so it doesn't make any sense, Stewie.
No.
Oh, Reb! Oh!
SS Extreme. And we fixed the liposuction machine apparently. Oh, okay. And it's fixed. Everything's fixed.
Right.
They cleaned it up in 30 seconds and everything's fine.
How?
You gotta stop asking questions about Family Guy the game, I think.
Oh my fucking god! Why are they moving like that? Why are they moving like this? What the fuck's going on here?
It's absolutely terrifying.
It's like Space Invaders. Wave 1.
Oh no, no, no.
Remember Space Invaders? You know what TV show had a great video game?
What?
South Park.
True. Yeah.
That's how you do a video game.
At least Stick of Truth was good. Wasn't there another one that they released that wasn't as good?
The Fractured Bum Bum.
Yeah, I thought that one wasn't as good, but I remember Stick of Truth being like memorably good. Oh, okay, yep.
I just killed this guy.
Just kill them casually.
I'm just gonna kill them all. Just killing them all.
They're all in comas. Just unplug them from life.
Splendid! This calls for a sexy party.
His mouth did not line up with anything. What's happening now? What's happening? What's going on, Max?
What the f happened then?
From the youngest
Oh
child
no,
to the
take
oldest
Peter.
grandma.
Take this, Granny.
Oh God, Peters is like kind of like Ninja Turtles esque.
Yeah, like an arcade fighting game.
Dude, The Simpsons fucking arcade machine.
So I've just got to beat everyone up.
Just beat the shit out of all the kids. Beat up the guy with the unusually large arms. That little thing, whatever that was.
The fridge came out of the tree.
If I'm honest, man, this is just a fever dream of a game. I've got no idea what's happening 80% of the time. Beat up kids. Nice. Yep. And old ladies.
And then pick up the cookies, which don't give me anything.
Also, can I just say, all the character models have been fine, but this Peter one is particularly offensive. I don't know what they were doing with that. Look at his fucking face.
Look, it's God.
Oh, you are so much better than Eve, really. My will be done.
Okay, that's what you get for punching God, I guess. Okay, so that was Family Guy, the video game. You know, it's a pretty typical TV show game that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, it has no reason to exist, but it does, and we played it, and it was.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of every video. We'll see you guys next week.
All right, see you then.
Actually, never mind. Actually, we'll see you guys when this video hits 1,000 likes.
yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's it.
So, am I picking the next video, or is one of you? What's gonna be? 'Cause I can't decide. What's gonna be? Mine or yours. Hold me tight and don't let go. Don't let go. You have a right to lose control. Don't let go. My turn. I guess.
Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where a sexual harasser manages to screw over himself. Our next Reddit post is from Thunderkirk. To be clear, this isn't my story, it's my sister's. Her previous employer was a branch of a Swedish retail store. They sell expensive, luxurious furniture. When my sister was working there, they had about 20 people working the floor, with the highest being the regional manager. He was also the only Swedish person in the store. 5 other people worked in the higher office, and the rest were floor attendants. Each person in this higher office covered a different part of the store. There was an accountant, a biller, HR, a purchaser, and a head office to whom everyone basically reported. My sister was the biller, but I never cared enough to ask what exactly that involved. The purchaser, Jack, was a competent guy. He did his job to near perfection and would often help others with theirs, as well as go out on the floor and interact with people. But apart from the high office, floor attendants resented him. Not publicly, but my sister was paying enough attention to notice. Nobody would say anything though, just that he was creepy. Until one day when the boss came in, the Swedish guy. He usually worked remotely. Apparently, when he was about to enter the store, he saw from outside the window Jack pestering a female floor attendant. She was clearly very annoyed. The boss observed Jack for a while and eventually caught the guy placing his hand on her thighs. The boss immediately called the office, all 5 of them, into a meeting and asked Jack to clarify his intentions. Jack said they were just playing around. Now, as sickening as that might sound, in my country, this is somewhat normal. People think that when girls get harassed like this, it's their fault for not covering themselves properly. In these instances, people will justify the harassment and blame the victim instead. My generation is trying to reject this mindset, but some people are just built differently. But because the boss wasn't from my country, he saw this as a major issue. Despite Jack trying to plead that it was nothing, the boss decided to launch a store-wide investigation, including investigating the high office as well, because he thought that they were covering for Jack. My sister said that she actually thought that she would be fired, or at least reprimanded, because she had never seen the boss so serious before. The result was alarming. Every single female floor attendant, all 6 or 7 of them, said they'd been pestered by Jack at least once, and some of them even said that he touched them without consent. The boss asked why nobody stepped up, and they said they were ashamed and they feared retaliation. He then questioned the high office to find out that they were too busy to notice what was happening. Also, nobody ever threatened retaliation. People just assumed there would be because that's what usually happens in my country. After a week and a half, another meeting was scheduled, and Jack was given the option to resign or be fired. No action was taken against anyone else in the high office, but they were told quite firmly that this kind of neglect would never happen again. Even during that meeting, Jack insisted that he did nothing wrong. He'd spent the entire duration of the investigation complaining to everyone in the store, including the people he'd harassed, that the boss was overreacting. People just gave him the stink eye, but he didn't seem to care. Things were quiet for a week or two. Then it got interesting. One day, the head office lady received a phone call from Jack. He was asking if they would be his reference for his new interviews. She was a bit taken back by this and asked him, "You want to make us your reference?" "Yeah, I believe I've done my work well enough for you guys to put in a good word." And it's true, Jack was very efficient. In fact, they'd had a hard time finding his replacement. The head office lady asked, "But the investigation?" "Oh yeah, I'm sure that's nothing. Just tell the truth and I'm sure they'll understand." But, look, I won't ask again. If someone calls, just tell them the truth. I'm sure that it's nothing. Apparently, Jack still thought that if people heard about it, they would agree with him. By the time Jack hung up the phone, the head office lady was still stuttering. Nobody knew what to do with this information, so they informed their Swedish boss. He said if that's what Jack wanted, then it's fine. Starting the following day, the Swedish boss would come into the store every day. He also instructed everyone that if a call came in about Jack, it was to be directed to him. When the call finally came, the whole office stopped working so they could eavesdrop. There were even some people from the floor there as well. My sister said they could only hear one side of the conversation, but it was pretty easy to get the whole picture. Yeah, Jack, he's a great worker, super hardworking and really efficient. Anything you'll need to worry about? Oh, it's just that one incident that gave us no choice but to let him go. I'm sure he's told you, but he put his hands on one of our female employees without her consent. Yeah, just that one time. That I caught him, anyways. Every other instance happened when I wasn't around. Yeah, I have a meeting record in which he agreed to resign for us to not take further actions. Sure, just contact me via this number. If you want to know anything else, I'd be happy to help. 2 days later, Jack called the head office lady again to ask if anyone contacted them for his reference. She said yes and assured him that they were telling whoever called the truth about his performance. He said it was strange because he was rejected from his latest interview. I wonder what could have been the reason. Our next Reddit post is from Janelle. My son has severe cerebral palsy. He's predominantly wheelchair bound unless we put him into a stander. This is a device that we can strap him into and tilt it up into a position that has him standing instead of sitting. We use that piece of equipment with him every day for at least an hour, sometimes twice a day. It's a vital part of his daily activities. Well, because we use his stander so much, the safety belts and harness have both worn out. I put in a request to our medical equipment vendor to order us a new set of belts and harness so we can continue to use his stander. This should have been no problem because it's just a replacement part for existing equipment that our insurance has previously bought. The vendor did that, but I got a letter from the insurance denying the claim. I called our provider, Aetna, to find out what was going on. The person who took the call said that they will no longer pay for replacement parts. For the record, the hip belt is $252 and the chest harness is $175. This would cost a mere $427 to replace versus several $1,000s to order a whole new stander. I spent an hour arguing with this woman because the safety equipment was worn out and it wasn't safe to use without them because he would simply fall out of it. She suggested that I pay for them out of pocket, and again, she reiterated the policy no longer covers replacement parts for equipment. A light bulb finally flipped on in my head. I asked if I were to order a whole new stander, would my policy cover it? And she said yes, so that's exactly what I did. I filed a request for a brand new stander. At my appointment with the vendor, I told them what happened on the phone with Aetna. Both the therapist and the vendor's rep at the appointment burst out laughing. My son now has a pending order for a brand new Lecky stander with a motorized hydraulic lifting system, a new activity tray, and all the safety harnesses and belts, including extra thigh supports for an approximate total of $5,900 for all these bells and whistles. 3 days ago, I got a call from the equipment vendor telling me the order had been approved and the equipment is being ordered from the manufacturer. Thanks, Aetna. So now, Aetna has to pay almost $6,000 instead of $425. I plan on donating the other stander to Shriners Hospital. Hopefully, one of their patients can benefit from it. Our next Reddit post is from Farrell. I was working in a small tech startup ages ago when I was fresh out of university as a grad student first, then as a software engineer. At first, the company was fantastic. I was in the research and development department, and we were making some cool bleeding edge stuff. Then the company ran into trouble and had a shakeup. They fired everyone in research and development except for the lowest paid worker, me. Then they brought on this new general manager who was not a tech guy. At this point, our product worked pretty well, but the sales guys would promise the world while we could actually provide maybe Iceland. I used to come in at like 9 or 10 a.m. and finish between 7 to 10 p.m. Also, at least 3 to 5 times a month, I had to travel to a client's location. I had to be there for a meeting at 9 a.m., so I left at 4 a.m. Everything was fine. I got the work done. Everyone was happy. Enter our new general manager. He said, "I've noticed you came in late on many occasions in the last few weeks. What's going on?" I said, "I've never had a set start time. I just do the work and get stuff done. I'm not late because I don't have an official start time." That's crazy. You're contracted from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., so I need you to be in for 8:30. Sure thing, boss. Cue malicious compliance. I came in every day at 8:30 a.m. and left at 5. As a result, I got a lot less work done. Customers also had to work around me arriving at midday. Sorry, but my manager doesn't allow me to leave before 8:30, so there's nothing I can do. The general manager pulled me into his office saying that he'd received complaints about me not being available to customers. I told him that I don't understand why. He told me to start work at 8:30, and I was doing that. He said, well, but customer visits don't count. Well, you should have told me that. Then he complained that my productivity had been down in the last few months. Well, sure, I'm now only working 8 hours a day instead of the 9 to 12 hours that I did before. And the end result? He asked me to ignore his earlier instructions and go back to the way things were before. What? I told him that I'd found a new job. Our next Reddit post is from Eduardo. I worked for a car dealership as a lot porter. I had gotten into an accident that totaled my car right as I was purchasing a house. This led to a predicament because you don't want to buy a new car while buying a house. Shortly after buying the house, I found a different job in a field that I love. So I put in my 2 weeks notice and then I bought from a different dealership because my wife wanted a specific car that my dealership didn't sell. I also knew how slimy the one that I worked for was. A few days after the purchase of both my house and my car, one of my sales managers asked me if I was ready to buy a car from him. I didn't tell anyone that I had bought my car from a different dealer. I told him I'd already bought one, so he looks at me with the most serious face and asks me if I want to pack my things, basically saying that I wasn't loyal to his dealership. Knowing that I already had a better job that could start me immediately, I said sure, walked away, and packed my things. He then realized that I wasn't going to put up a fight, so he immediately started laughing and told me that he was joking, and how they would never fire anyone for buying a car from someplace else. However, I already knew that a few people had gotten fired for that exact reason. I told him that I didn't appreciate being fired as a joke because I have a 1.5-year-old, and if I didn't have a job lined up, this could seriously hurt me financially. But I ended up feeling relieved because this just wasn't a good job. The funny thing is, he called me about 30 minutes after I left because I had left the keys to multiple brand new trucks in my desk that had to have the plastic removed and get parked. Turns out, since he was the one who fired me, they made him take care of the cars. I am now fully enjoying my new job with the best bosses I've ever had. I know that I probably took it too far, but I do not regret it. OP, yeah, the story's impressive, but what's even more impressive is that you managed to buy a house and a car at the same time. Congrats, dude. Our next Reddit post is from Kylo Ben. About a year ago, I was in a high school that was a little exclusive. You had to apply and get accepted, and some people were rejected. The school required uniforms, which were just khakis and a specific kind of shirts. The uniform wasn't that comfortable, so most days after school, I would just keep wearing the uniform instead of changing into something nicer. One day after school, I was at a store near my house wearing my school uniform, just minding my own business, when a Karen showed up. She was yelling at me to stop wearing that shirt because it embarrassed her kid since he was rejected. After listening to her rant for a bit, I just paid for my things and left. I was dismayed to discover that our shopping schedules coincided, and she was there the next time that I visited, and she did the same thing. Cue malicious compliance. I went to the school store and I ordered the hoodie with the largest school logo out of all of them. So instead of wearing a polo shirt with a small logo, I was wearing a hoodie in school colors with a giant logo. The next time that she asked me to stop wearing that shirt, I just told her that I wasn't wearing that shirt anymore and walked away from her, leaving her still extremely mad. This continued for months until she just stopped going at the same time as me. Our next Reddit post is from Kiss Me Goodbye. This happened when I was in elementary school, but the malicious compliance was my mom's. I got whooping cough, which has a lifespan of 100 days. We got a doctor's note from my school, and everyone seemed fine with it, except for the main office administrator who was constantly calling my mom to bug her about when I was coming back. About a month in, she calls my mom and tells her that it's impossible that I've been sick for this long, and if I'm not in school on Monday, she's calling social services. Keep in mind, at this point, I can barely lift my head. I sound like Darth Vader, and every few minutes, I start coughing like I'm doing an impression of a goose fighting a Toyota. My mom was so sick of being harassed by this woman that she put a mask on me and took me to school in a taxi. She practically had to drag me into my classroom, and she didn't even bother leaving. I got sent home before the bell even rang. Because of school policy, I was sent to the office and I had to be signed out, which meant this nasty admin lady got to see exactly how miserable and sick I was. She then had the nerve to ask me how could my mom even consider sending me to school. Unfortunately for her, my mom just had to walk up a flight of stairs to come get me, because she knew this was going to happen. She signed me out and let the admin lady know that I would cough on anyone who thought that I wasn't really sick. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, let me tell you why this woman is so stupid. Whooping cough is a seriously, seriously dangerous illness, especially for really, really young kids. Because what happens with whooping cough in babies is that they cough so much, they literally can't breathe. So like, you know how when you cough, you lose air, so you cough, 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 and you keep running out of air. Well, imagine after your lungs are completely empty of air, your body is still trying to cough, and it tries to cough and tries to cough, and you have no air, so you're slowly suffocating and dying. I'm going to play a brief clip of a baby who has whooping cough, and you can hear just how hard it is for that baby to breathe.
Like. Okay, take a breath in, honey. Come on.
My little brother got whooping cough.
No, there.
I mean, babies have literally died or had brain damage because they can't breathe because of this terrible disease. Whooping cough is so bad that people literally break their own ribs from coughing so hard. That was r/malicious compliance. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/choosing beggars, where a single mom expects to buy a Mercedes for $5,000. On this next post, OP works at a car dealership and someone tries to buy a car. At the most, I only have $700 to put down on a car and I have my Kia to trade in. Do you owe anything on your Kia? Yeah, like $4,500. I just need a reliable car. I'm a single mother. I'm not picky. I can try to work something out. We have a 2005 Buick LeSabre and a 2001 Camry LE. Both are good, reliable cars. We also have a 2001 Ford Escape that came in. Do any of those have leather or a sunroof? The LeSabre does, actually. Ew, no. I can't be in a Buick. Do you guys have a Lexus or a Mercedes SUV in that price? No, not for $5,000. I thought that you were just looking for something safe and reliable and affordable. Yeah, but I Googled pictures of those cars and I just can't. What about this Mercedes that I just linked you? Do you have that? That car is like $15,000. So, you can't make it less expensive to help me out? I'm a single mother of two trying to get something decent. And down in the comments, we have this story from Temperature More. Oh man. So the company I work for is raffling off a new Jeep for our big fundraiser for the year. We're a nonprofit disability advocacy agency. I've had not one, but 3 different people message our company's Facebook page and ask if we can just give them the car. No, the car is how we're raising funds to help our clients. Yeah, but I'm a single mom and I have 3 kids and my van keeps breaking down. Okay, well, you're welcome to enter the raffle contest. It's $25 a ticket. Yeah, but I don't have that right now. Well, sorry, and good luck though. And you guys claim that you want to help people. Posted to Facebook Marketplace. In search of free, working for 1 weekend only refrigerator. I'm having a party. I don't have enough room for food and drinks. To be clear, I want a free fridge that will only need to work for just the 1 weekend. This upcoming weekend, July 3rd. F it, you can come to my party too if you bring 1 refrigerator. DM me. And then, amazingly, someone replies, I know a guy who has a chest freezer. And OP responds in all caps, fridge! Yo, has this doofus never heard of a cooler? On this next post, OP is trying to sell a bike online and gets this really weird reply. Hi, that bike looks like me. At my age, just surviving. Pictures show the bike enjoys good care. Sure, right. Don't worry, mine sleeps outside summer and winter, and I use it very often when the cold weather is away. Mine has finally expired. Poor thing. It was noble, sincere, no enemies, hard worker, all those things. You might wonder why I'm saying so much without knowing you and you knowing me, but it happens I'm one of those guys. You know, one of those guys who will give you a low, very low offer for your bike. So you better stop reading before the next line. I don't want to be guilty if you suffer a heart attack. My offer is $40. No more, eh? That's final. You see, I even put a period after the word final. So, I beg you, please, if you don't need that bike, then take my $40 and enjoy a good movie with lots of popcorn and a soda. I recommend the movie. Well, you better decide which one to watch. I can pass by today. I pay cash. If you decide not to sell it to me, please ignore this message. It will be painful to read a no from you. Thanks. Down in the comments, someone asked what the price of the bike was online, and he replies, $75. So this guy sent this bizarre, unhinged email for, what, a $35 discount?
That's stupid.
Buddy, posted to Facebook. Hi, babes. I'm hiring a private cook for trade for July. My month is busy serving clients, and I need help getting fed. I want several home-cooked meals delivered weekly for 4 weeks. Single or full-time mamas might be an ideal match, or a man who wants to cook for a busy working woman. I'll give VIP service on my books to receive life-altering, deeply healing, transformative body work. This will be ideal for an individual who's maybe given birth and never received care or a safe space to heal and integrate their traumas and wants a deep relaxation reset. I assume that the cooking and meal prep will be much cheaper than the dollar value of the work that I'll give to you, which is extra awesome for you. This is high value for me because time is money and I don't have as much available to slow cook and prep my foods. I need to be well nourished and fed. I don't do dietary restrictions and I aim for 2,000 calories a day. Meats, broths, root vegetables, raw milk, butters, organs, fish, cooked fruits, and ancestral eating is the vibe. Butter me up, baby. I'd be happy to share my resources for pro-metabolic eating if that's interesting to you. That will support your body and healing journey too. You'll have a weekly VIP spot on my books. All right, I've got to ask, and I really don't mean to be insulting at all. If this is something that like someone out there does and they swear by it, I'm not insulting it. I'm just saying I literally don't know what's the line? Life-altering, deeply healing, transformative bodywork. I have no idea what that is. Does anybody? Is that massage? Is she talking about massage? What the hell is transformative bodywork? You know what I imagine when I hear transformative bodywork? Someone turning into a werewolf. All right? Exactly. That's transformative bodywork. It's like, what is this lady talking about? Okay, down in the comments, people are talking about this, and it is the method of working on the physical body that begins the process of contacting, accepting, and transmuting pain and trauma and congested energy that resides within the physical, emotional bodies. I'm sorry, what? This leads to insight and wisdom. It has two forms. The first form is the concrete, dynamic form of active manual manipulation to the body. Okay, so massage. The second form is the abstract, energetic form of deep release and transmutation using myofascial point holding. Yo, how is this explanation leaving me more confused than when I didn't know anything about it before? Myofascial point holding? The f***? On this next post, OP is a professional photographer. Hey buddy, I hope the pictures were okay. Just let me know which ones you want to keep. Send me $10 for each one and I'll send you the original without the watermark. Yo, mate, why do the pictures have your name on them? Can you take them off? Thanks. That's the watermark, so you can choose the ones you want. It's just a copy protection thing, standard practice. Okay, well, can you take them off? They're right in the middle of the picture, so I can't put them on my page because they look weird. And the inventor of the watermark rests happily in his grave. Sorry, man, but I don't want to be a dick about it. It's just that I sort of count on the money that I make for headshots to save towards my video gear and music stuff. You said $10 for the pictures? Yeah, $10 for each picture that you want to use. I didn't ask for anything up front until you saw the pictures and could tell me which ones you liked best. I'll optimize the pictures and adjust the levels to how you want them. It's all part of the service. I thought you were just giving them to me though, because you sent them all to me, but they have your name on them. Right. We're sort of going around in circles, aren't we? I sent them watermarked and you can choose the ones you want and delete the rest. But when you sent them, I was excited because I thought that all of them were free. No, I realize I can be a bit dumb, but I'm smarter than that. But I thought they were free. I'm just curious. If you thought they were the complete photos, then would you still have offered to pay for them? Lol, no. Sucks to be you. Seriously? Lol, no. So can I have them for free? They aren't even that good. They don't even look like me. What? Look, no, sorry, I'm not just giving them to you for free. Whatever, I'm just gonna take the name off them. I know someone with Photoshop. Good luck with that. Let me know how much they went for doing that for you. I'll give you £5 for them. Let me guess, the Photoshop friend laughed at you and said that you should just pay for the pictures? WTF? Who said that? Are you spying on me? No, the guy messaged me because my email address and profile are included on my watermark. He said he told you that he won't remove someone's copy protection and just to pay me because it's easier that way. £5 should be a good deal for you because otherwise people will see your awful pictures and think they're on some comedian's page. Your pictures are sucky anyways. I hate to do this because I've already spent so much time dealing with you, but I'm just done. I wanted to help you out because you're my brother's friend, but this is a massive pain in the balls. I'm deleting your photographs on Friday. You have until then to decide if you want to pay for any. If you're deleting them, can I just have them? Hello? I don't have money because my kid needs it, so can I have the pictures? It's Friday morning today. I'm deleting the pictures and blocking you at noon today. This is your last chance. Lol, you won't really do that. Spoiler alert, he did, in fact, delete the photos. Oh, so interestingly, OP posted an update. Someone else from Reddit reached out to OP, and OP replied with an update. I deleted the photos in the end, and he threatened to sue me, and he said that he had a friend who was a layer who would sue me for free because I stole his image. The man had literally no clue. I asked him for the name of the lawyer, and he must have Googled someone randomly without actually knowing them. I contacted the name of the person they gave me, and I got a pretty formal version of, nah man, he's full of BS. I told him to go ahead and sue me, and weirdly, I never heard from him again. Yo man, can you give me a lift tomorrow? I need to be at such and such street by 7:20 a.m. I can't do it, man. I've got to work at 7:30. Sorry, man. Pick me up at 6:30 a.m. at the Korean church. It's doable. I have to be at work at 9 a.m. I have to be in the back of blank by then. It's very doable, trust me. Come on, man. I used to work 2 jobs back to back, from morning to overnight in my earlier years. You just need the willpower, which it seems that you're lacking right now. Buddy, it seems like you're lacking the willpower to just walk there. Feeling betrayed. I am livid. Blank has been babysitting for me for 7 months now at $100 a week. The hours are easy, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., like a regular effing job. And the kids are basically angels. They sleep most of the day anyway at this age. I get a text from her saying that she's applying to Walmart and that she can't afford to work here anymore. But she's not paying me for anything. I'm paying her. What do you mean, afford? Have fun working longer hours for less pay, you ungrateful B-word. And now I'm stuck without childcare. All the daycares in my area are super expensive, and every time I posted an ad on a local buy and sell, people have left really mean comments. I'm getting desperate. I can't believe she would put me in this spot. This is risking my livelihood. I thought that she was my friend. $100 a week from a 40-hour work week. I think that comes out to, what, $250 an hour? Did I do that math in my head right? $250? Our next Reddit post is from Just Bustin' Problems. Yesterday, I went for groceries after work when I got approached at the entrance by a scruffy man asking if I was willing to buy him 1 or 2 cans of lemonade. It was pretty hot outside, so despite being broke myself, I decided I could do this for him. It was in no way an unreasonable request. I even wanted to go above and beyond and get him some other small items that he needed. So I walk into the store and he starts following me around, not letting me just do my shopping and instead hurrying me through the store. Fine, I'll just cut my own shopping short to get this over with. As I'm getting a few sodas, he walks up to me with a 6-pack of Red Bull. I say to him, I don't even buy that for myself because it's too expensive. I offer to buy him a few cheaper energy drinks or a few bottles of water or actual lemonade like he asked for. Then he says, I only drink this brand. I look at him incredulously and point out that my own groceries cost less combined than his pack of Red Bull. He can get something else, but not a 6-pack of Red Bull. No, I only drink this. Can you just buy me a few cans? At this point, we're standing in line at the checkout, he's making a scene, and I just want to get this done, so I buy him a single can of Red Bull, but boy did I feel stupid. Beneath that, we have this story from Shortbread Biscuit. I had a similar issue with an apparently destitute lady cornering me while I was in the middle of my shopping at a supermarket. She started asking me if I could buy her some food. Since it wasn't directly giving her money, I thought that it was innocent enough. But then she dragged me to the meat aisle and pointed at the salami. The salami alone was $3, which was far more than I'd planned to spend on her. So I told her I'd get her that and nothing else. She got into a hissy fit and demanded that I buy her sausages and a whole grocery list of other items. But I put my foot down and told her the salami was the only thing she would get from me. Finally, she reluctantly agreed. I asked her to give me a minute to finish my own shopping as well, and I'd give her the stuff at checkout. She started following me around as I did my shopping. A minute later, when I turned around, she disappeared on me. After hunting around the store a bit, I finally found her harassing a different middle-aged lady with the same hustle, having apparently given up on me as a cheap hustle. I dumped her salami back where I found it and went on with my original shopping. And beneath that, an even worse story from Bappy 5. The same thing happened to me once. I was at Aldi and some scruffy looking guy kindly asked if I can buy him a loaf of bread. I say sure, and then he says, oh, and also a pound of potatoes, some ham, a basket of fruit, etc. So I'm thinking, is he messing with me? I enter the shop and I ask an employee if he knows the man. He tells me not to buy the guy anything. They basically ask people to buy them a bunch of stuff and then return it to get a full refund. He told me that the same guy had a woman buy him 100 euros worth of stuff the week before, and she even got her bag stolen. Never again. As I left the store, he was waiting for me, and he had the nerve to ask me about his food. I told him he could F right off. I need a couple of new babysitters for my daughter. The shifts will be split into 3 days each. The times will be from 12 to 11:15, Monday through Wednesday and Thursday through Saturday. The pay is $15 a day. This is due to the rising cost of gas lately. Please private message me if you're interested. I have a very sweet 6-year-old daughter who loves to be as active as much as possible. She does take medication twice a day every day. She takes it by herself in the mornings, and the babysitter will be required to give her night medicine on time every night to keep her routine. You must have a working phone to contact me or my boyfriend, who's basically her dad, at all times. You'll meet both of us in person for an interview at our home on Willard. The babysitter will watch her while my boyfriend and I go to work. If need be, one of us can take the sitter home after we get off work. We need these new babysitters as soon as absolutely possible. You must have at least 2 references that I can contact for verification purposes. And the math on this one comes out to $1.36 an hour. That was r/choosing beggars. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe.
That's nuts. There's some people just really... I mean, I understand not having much money and wanting to go around things, but there's the difference between asking the world and asking for some help.
Can't you dig it, fucker?
A piece of everybody? Mwah, mwah, mwah. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to go mwah.
Oh, look, construction. Oh, look at this.
Chef Jarrett will not be able to bleed here tonight. In this arena that would like to take a ride in the fast lane. Any takers?
What the hell now?
What the shit?
He's out of the world's title, but he's in there and the match is on. The involvement of TNA President Dixie Carter.
Sounds like
the icon.
Noise reaction? Wait, what?
There he is, on his free agent and professional wrestler.
TNA was built by the fans in the impact zone. Hey, big boys, why don't you make me shut up? Oh, that's tall every time.
Tell you a story. I don't know about your childhood or your upbringing, what your dad was like. Man, it's Dusty pulls why you out. And then here come the Harris brothers right into the ring attacking Dusty Rhodes.
Your question. Do not tune
Do not tune in. What the hell? That makes no sense.
What the hell? It's time to dream about seeing the game of violence. Do you know about this text? The hell is Dreamer doing here?
How's the shag at the rug looking? Is it looking good?
The shocking arrival of that man, Tommy Dreamer.
Eddie King, Samoa Joe, and how can you love this? Three savages, the BDC, and who the hell is? That's Drew Galloway. That's
Oh,
he's hot.
He looks angry.
Galloway just shows up. Things are certainly changing on Friday Night Impact.
I run this damn company, and I want them right now in my ring. That someone is me. Because this show is no longer about you, Hulk. It's not about the money you make.
He plays
Kurt
Santa with
Angle's
muscles.
tag team partner is at
It was the one that I
Sacrifice.
love the comedy movie. My little brother loved Santa with muscles. It was so camp.
She is. Oh, the look on the face of Terry Jarrett. I think the Rip China here in TNA. Turn into safety partner. Too much to ask of Scott Armstrong to try and keep control with these six. No, distracting. Armstrong cannot control. Wait a minute. Oh,
That actually looked like it connected with that guy's throat.
Division title holder. This to the top.
Oh, I loved that guy's high-flying wrestling style. I mean, damn. He's one of my favorites.
Time to turn the tables.
Turn the tables on the stripper.
And he's not alone! All roads, including wife Brandy, Bennett, and Maria.
But yeah, I love Tom Hardy's stuff. His brother's stuff is pretty good too. I liked them tag teaming.
To see a grown man dressed up like a doctor. I didn't come here because I got fired.
And it's always unpredictable when they're in there and throw in Samoa Joe in the mix. Even with the black hole slam. Wait a minute. What's this? Holy cow! What on earth? For the love of God, the Steve Roberts in TNA? What the hell's going on here? What is going on? Got even more bizarre. I don't understand what's going on. You can see right now. Holy cow! Can I talk now? Is it my turn? Boss? Not washed up husbands like you, Jeff. Kurt, don't push me. Hi, Kurt. Turn. Kurt, I think with Jeff. Bang, bang!
Hit the ground, bang, bang. His ladder matches, Hardy's ladder matches were incredible. I loved them. I would have loved to have seen him live.
It's wrestling's real with its appearance on Monday Nitro for World Championship Wrestling. Hey, yo. Oh, yeah. That's it. Familiar. Flashbacks. Scott Hall. Let's go to the back. Like, just in the nick of time. And these other snakes. What the fuck is going on? Dave, what the hell is going on?
He is all gonna die.
What's he doing here? What's going on? It's Scott Hall and Sean Waltman. They're here in the Impact Zone unannounced. Ladies and gentlemen, making his shit Impact debut.
R.I.P. Scott Hall.
This is the moment that we've been anticipating for months.
It's Santa Claus!
The most recognizable. Cannot do this reaction.
My mum loves showing us old movies when we were little, and Santa Claus was one that my little brother loved.
We see him coming down the ramp, belt in hand. It's decision time. Samoa Joe, we need your answer. What's it going to be?
Ooh. Oh dear God.
So, what? You gotta be kidding. The next We knew there'd be surprises, but this is huge. Damn right, we're gonna crown a new champion here. We're gonna crown a new champion. Well, earlier we saw the shocking arrival of Flair.
So, we got another video, or shall I pick the next one?
Welcome to r/.
Am I the butthole, or do you have something? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll hit play on this.
Am I the Butthole? Where Karen tries to kick people off of an entire beach. Am I the butthole for not wanting strangers in the background of my wedding pics?
No.
I'm a 24-year-old woman, and I recently had my wedding on the beach of a beautiful hotel in Cancun. Many of my friends and family could go, so I was really happy. The only problem was, during our ceremony, there were people in the sea playing or doing jet ski activities. It really bothered me because they would appear in the background of my photos, so I told my wedding planner about it. She was very understanding and said that she would fix it. When she talked to the people who were playing in the ocean, we expected them to be kind and nice, but they just declined and continued. I even took the time to go myself and ask them to stop, but they didn't care. I was about to go and tell someone from the hotel, but my husband stopped me and told me that it would be a butthole thing to do. I told him that I'm standing up for myself, so it wasn't a butthole thing to do. I went to go look for hotel staff, but they said there was nothing they could do. When I returned, my husband was moody, and I wonder if it was really the butthole thing to do. Am I the butthole?
Yes.
OP, oh my God. During your own wedding, you went to go talk to the manager and you tried to ruin someone else's vacation. You are truly a Karen among Karens.
Yep.
Lady, this is your wedding day. You should be smiling and having fun and drinking champagne and kissing your husband, not worrying about strangers and talking to managers. My God, you're a Karen. Also, OP, if you don't want strangers around your wedding, then why'd you have your wedding in a public location? It's really simple. If you want to have a private wedding on a beach, then pay for a private beach. You don't own the entire ocean and the entire beach just because you're having a wedding there, lady. Down in the comments, Tadoku says, info, did you rent out the entire sea? OP, stop being such a Karen. I feel sorry for your husband. I'm giving you 3 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving everyone else 0 out of 5 buttholes. And to be clear, OP, don't be confused by what the wedding planner did. Of course the wedding planner is going to have your back because you're paying her. Am I the butthole for leaving my in-laws' house with my daughter after she told me that she was feeling uncomfortable? I'm a 37-year-old man, and I've been with my fiance, who's 37, for 2 years. We're getting married soon, and I've only met her family a couple of times. My daughter, Judy, is 16, and she's never met them until very recently, where they hosted a dinner to celebrate the 4th of July, and that's when they met her for the first time. Judy has a visible burn scar on her forehead. It was due to an accident when she was 9. She used to be really insecure about it, to the point where I was forced to homeschool her, and it was hard trying to deal with and navigate through this rough time. Now she's doing a lot better, although some comments can really cause her to become stressed out and anxious. My fiance knows about Judy's struggle and respects it. Before we went to her parents' house, I asked her to tell them about Judy and her struggle and to try to get them to not say anything negative about it or possibly even mention it at all. My fiance said that she would guarantee that no one would say anything. We got to the event, they talked to Judy, and Judy slowly warmed up to them. Everything was going well until dinner time. My future mother-in-law looked at Judy while she was eating and pointed at her scar. Basically, she was just asking about it, which made Judy lose her appetite and start to get uncomfortable. I kept sending my fiance and her mom signs to knock it off, but to no avail. Finally, my future mother-in-law then brought up the wedding and asked my fiance if it'd be possible to Photoshop the scar out of any wedding photos that will have Judy, just in case they will distract viewers. I was dumbfounded, and my fiance said nothing and just kind of stared casually while nodding. I looked at Judy, and it was clear this got to her. I leaned closer and asked her if she was feeling uncomfortable and that we could leave if the answer was yes. She took her time, nodded, and said, "Yes, I'm feeling uncomfortable right now." I got up and told Judy to get ready because we were leaving. My fiance, her mom, and the family started insisting that we stay and finish dinner, but I refused. I took Judy and got in the car and left before even talking to my fiance. Obviously, my fiance was pissed. She called me up angry about how I disrespected her parents by taking Judy and leaving in the middle of dinner without even saying goodbye. I told her that Judy was feeling uncomfortable with the comments and questions. She said that Judy overreacted and she has to go back to therapy if a simple mention of her scar caused her to react that way. I got tired of arguing and asked her to give us some time. But she said that I have no respect for her and her family and that what I did was irrational. And now she won't speak to me until I clear things up with her family after ruining their celebration dinner. OP, God, where do I even begin on this post? Where do I even begin? First of all, can we just agree, like as a society, that making fun of a minor's appearance right in front of them is pretty scummy? Yeah. And then to like invalidate Judy and shame her by saying they're gonna Photoshop out part of her appearance is disgusting. Then on top of that, you set a very clear, very reasonable boundary. Hey, don't talk about her scar. Really simple. Your fiance said that she would respect that, and she didn't. OP, you shouldn't even be second guessing yourself. As a father, you have a responsibility to protect your daughter, and the way that you handled the situation is perfectly reasonable. I hate to tell people to break up because it sounds so extreme and I'm like not in your relationship, so it's very easy for me to say, oh, just dump her, OP, even though you've been dating for 2 years, you're probably living together. But for real, OP, your fiance is disrespecting your daughter and your boundaries. She's showing you her true colors. It's kind of like that phrase, when someone shows you who they really are, listen. OP, you and Judy get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your fiance and her family get 3 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for throwing away the food my wife put in my freezer and then putting a padlock on it? I'm a 39-year-old guy and I've been married to my wife, who's 32, for 4 years. We usually get along just fine. One of the issues that we've had since our relationship began has been about our freezer. Simply put, my wife stuffs the freezer full of food constantly. There is absolutely 0 space for me to put anything in there. At first, I tried to solve this by buying the fridge with the biggest freezer we could find. I dropped nearly $4,000 on it. She interpreted this as an invitation to buy even more frozen food so she could play microwave dinner Tetris with the freezer. Every single nook and cranny is stuffed full. Yet still, she buys more frozen foods and somehow finds a way to fit them in. The worst part is that whenever I buy frozen food, she asks me at least 3 to 4 times a day when I'm going to take it out of the freezer. She essentially nags me until I remove the food from the freezer so that she could put something that she's not going to touch for like 6 months in its place. Last week, I finally snapped and bought an inexpensive single-door deep freezer. I put it in the basement and keep a couple of my own things in there, mostly some frozen vegetables and a few burritos. I didn't really mention it to my wife because she wasn't home when I brought it in. When my wife got home later that day, she went downstairs to do laundry and discovered my freezer. She excitedly ran upstairs to tell me the upstairs one is full and she can actually fit more food in there now. I responded that under no circumstances she'd have touched the freezer because it's mine. Not a single ice cube should be put in there. Then I told her not to ask again because I knew that she would bring it up like 3 to 4 times a day that she needs more freezer room. She sulked and tried to debate the issue with me, but I was able to placate her. A couple of days later, I went down to the basement to get something from my freezer, and I found it about 70% full of microwave dinners. When I checked the upstairs freezer in the kitchen, I found that that was also completely full. I calmly went downstairs with a large garbage bag, threw everything of hers into it, and then tossed it into our trash bin. Then I found a padlock that I had lying around and locked my freezer with it. Later that day, my wife bought more frozen food to put in the new freezer, but when she got downstairs, she noticed the lock and flipped out. She told me that I was being controlling. When I told her there was no way that she would ever use that freezer again, she threw a tantrum and left for her mom's house. She came back later that day and told me that I had 24 hours to unlock that freezer. Nothing really happened after those 24 hours, but now she's completely ignoring everything that I say. I think that my actions were justifiable, but was I wrong here? Okay, OP, this isn't about frozen food, this isn't about boundaries, this is about a hoarding problem. Your wife has a serious issue with hoarding food. OP, this is outside of my pay grade, and it's outside of Reddit's pay grade again. It sounds like your wife needs therapy. I think I'm going to give everyone here 0 out of 5 buttholes because even though your wife is doing something wrong here, I think that she's like clinically sick, like she's unwell somehow. From what I know about hoarding, hoarding isn't really about hoarding. It's usually about some other issue, and hoarding is just how that issue manifests. So hopefully, OP, you can get your wife some professional help. Am I the butthole for refusing to let my boyfriend have my bank account info to make a purchase?
No.
I'm a 31-year-old woman, and I've been with my 37-year-old boyfriend for 8 months. He has 3 kids and is a single dad. We're on pretty good terms regarding almost everything. When it comes to spending money on things, we typically take turns. Several times, he's had me pay for his kids' purchases. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it because those purchases were relatively small. All I had to pay was like $30 to $60. The other day, he called me while I was at work and sounded like he was in a hurry. He said that he just found the gaming device that he'd been looking for so long and he wanted to buy it for his oldest son. I asked him what this has to do with me, and he told me that he was short on money and he needed $300. He asked me to lend him $300, and I hesitated but agreed. He asked for my bank account info so he could pull out the money, but I refused and told him to wait for me until I got there. He insisted and said that he would handle it, and all I had to do was just send him my bank account info after I end the call with him. His insistence made me uncomfortable, so I said no and told him to either wait or I won't pay. He got mad at me, saying that he didn't understand why I was acting like this. He started yelling so loud that I had to hang up. I found him sitting outside when I got home. He was waiting for me and was extremely upset. He asked me why I didn't just send him the account info so he could pull the money that we agreed on. I told him that I don't feel comfortable letting anyone have my personal info, especially when it comes to finances. He got offended and said, "I'm not just anyone, I'm your effing partner." Then he went on this rant about how he ended up not buying the gaming device after looking for it for so long, and now his kid is mad at him and it's my fault. We had a fight and then he left me and told me that I'd better have an apology for him and his son the next time that I call him. I haven't called him yet, but I feel like I acted stupidly and irrationally. I think that maybe I should have just given him the info that I asked for. I don't know if I made the right decision or not. All right, OP, this is really, really simple. You have a boundary, you clearly explained your boundary, and then he got upset at you because you wouldn't let him trample over that boundary. Like, that's it. It's really that simple. This isn't about $300. This isn't about, I'm your effing partner. This is about him not respecting your very, very reasonable boundary. There is no way on earth I would give someone I was dating for 8 months my login information to my bank. What are you, nuts?
I wouldn't.
And then OP posted an update. I went to my boyfriend's place and I talked to him and his son. Turns out the gaming device thing was a lie. He wanted the money for something else, to help pay for one of his buddy's car repairs. I was shocked when he confessed this, and he said that he had to lie and make it about his kids to get me to lend him the money. You can only imagine my reaction after this. I just blew up at him and left without giving him a chance to respond. He tried calling my phone, but I decided that I wanted some space to think about what happened and really reevaluate our relationship. It's true that he had me pay for the kids in the past, but after what I found out, I wouldn't put it past him that those $30 to $60 purchases weren't for the kids. Because, come to think of it, I never actually saw the things that he said that he was going to buy for his kids. Quite frankly, I'm no longer sure if I can move past this. It's just so unsettling that he has no issue lying to me and using me for money like that. He hurt me with what he did, and I'm not sure if I can come back from it. I don't know. I'm just going to do a lot of thinking regarding this situation and see what happens. OP, how many red flags does this guy have to show you before you finally realize, hey, wait a second, maybe this guy's a douchebag? OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your boyfriend gets 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my sister that I'm never babysitting for her again? No. I'm a 37-year-old guy who's single, child-free, and has 2 dogs who are German Shepherd mixes. They're very well behaved and super nice, and my nieces and nephews between the ages of 2 to 13 love them. I have 4 sisters who have 10 kids between them, so I babysit a lot. I work from home, and I'm pretty much always available to watch the older ones since I can easily work while they're in my apartment. And when they need care for the little ones, I just move my schedule around a little bit. Yesterday, 4 of my nieces and nephews were at my place, ages 3, 5, 7, and 8. The 7 and 8-year-old are siblings. I have just one super strict rule at my house: no chocolate. It's deadly for dogs, I don't like it anyways, and kids can easily go one afternoon without it. The 7 and 8-year-olds obviously brought chocolate with them and shared it with the 3 and 5-year-olds. I was in the kitchen making them drinks and they were in the living room. My dogs were sleeping on the balcony. I came into the living room and there were obviously chocolate crumbs everywhere. I asked who had the chocolate, and the 7 and 8-year-olds admitted that their mom gave it to them and that they always have some with them, but they usually eat it in secrets. When my sister came to pick them up a few hours later, I told her what happened, and she said that our kids are big enough not to make a chocolate mess. I told her that I'm never babysitting for her again. She's furious and says that I overreacted, and another sister of mine agrees with her. My mother thinks that I'm wrong for putting my dogs before the kids. Am I the butthole? Okay, hold up. Putting the dogs before the kids would be like if you're in a car wreck and your car was on fire and your dog's like, oh, save us. And the babies were like, wah, save us. And you choose to save the dogs instead of the kids. That would be picking the dogs over the kids. You saying, hey, I'll give you free babysitting. Please don't poison my dogs and kill them. That's not putting the dogs over the kids. That's just caring that your dogs don't die and setting very reasonable rules for your own home. Down in the comments, I couldn't agree more with Mombi, not the butthole. And it looks like your mom has volunteered to babysit for free. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, I agree with that. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. What you requested is super, super reasonable. And if they can't respect the literal one and only boundary that you set, then they can find babysitting elsewhere. Your sister gets 2 out of 5 buttholes. Today's episode is sponsored by Raycon. Being a dad of a 1-year-old means that I'm spending a lot more time out and about. I'm going to parks, hanging out in the backyard, and recently we went to a July 4th parade. So obviously, I need a good pair of earbuds that are comfortable enough to wear for hours at a time and that don't fall out when I'm playing with my kid. That's why I love using Raycon earbuds. They're extremely comfortable, and I've honestly never had them fall out by accident. I also really love that they're water resistant because earlier this year we moved into a house that has a pool. It's nice being able. Welcome to r/Pro Revenge, where OP manages to shut down an entire company. Our next Reddit post is from Warrior. In January of 2021, I began working for a very big American company in Europe that's in the energy sector. At the factory plant where I worked, we would repair gas turbine parts so they could be used again. If you were to purchase these parts for new, they would cost several $1,000s and they would last for about a decade or so. If you repaired these parts, it would only cost about 25% of a new piece and they would last for another 8 to 10 years. Our customers would pay us like 50% of the cost of a new part, and since each part was like $2,000 to $8,000 and a gas turbine contains thousands of pieces, we could potentially save our customers several $1,000,000 for each gas turbine. Oh, wow. Customers would save a good chunk of money, and of course, the company was sitting on a golden goose. Over the decades, that meant that staff at this factory started making a lot of money. Over time, that led to problems among management because management cared less and less about skill and honesty. As long as the workers kept doing what they had been doing for the past several decades, money would keep flowing into the company. So you can see where this might be going. So I was hired on as part of quality control. Specifically, my job was to operate a 3D computer managed measuring machine. As you can imagine, gas turbines get pretty hot and spin fast. A decade of heat combined with dynamic stress has the nasty habit of deforming items. As a result, we have to measure the items really precisely so that production knows which part of the item needs to be repaired, or if a piece is too broken to be used again at all. Operating this machine isn't too complicated. You put the piece into a bracket, clamp it down, load the correct model, and start the program. The machine then spits out a report. It wasn't hard to learn. I learned it in like a week. This machine was immensely important to the factory, running in 2 to 3 shifts per day, like 6 days a week. Something like 80% of all pieces that went through our factory had to be measured at least twice. As nearly anyone with a technical background can guess, operating a machine and understanding what it's actually doing are two very different things. When I started, there were only 3 guys who actually understood how that machine worked, as well as one technician, Vladimir, who could actually fix its code. Vladimir, however, was the technician for the entire factory, so he was a really busy guy. And whenever he had to come over, our department would have to pay for his time, which is something the bosses did not encourage. Of the 3 other guys who understood the machine, Antonio is the one important to this story. He had been working there for a few decades at least, and he knew every nook and cranny of this machine. He was a simple worker, but if something went wrong, he was the guy that you turned to. He had a bit of a short temper and used very, blunt language, but he was honest, open, and fair. So, despite some heated arguments, Antonio and me got along swimmingly. What no one except for Antonio and I knew was that over the past several decades, Antonio had collected so much time off that he could retire 2 years early, and he was 63 years old. He had decided to groom me as his successor and began teaching me every little detail about the measuring machine. How to fix stuff, how to do proper maintenance, why it did certain stuff, and so on. Antonio was a perfectionist, but so am I, so I really appreciated him. During my first week at that company, I noticed its biggest problem. This factory had a massive problem with cliques, clans, and little circles. If you were part of the correct clique, you could do whatever you want and be untouchable. If you aren't in the right circle, well, then other people steal your credit and you make a fine scapegoat. I didn't care much about that, to be honest. For me, this was a well-paying job with a terrible commute, so I just wanted to stay there for as long as I could, earn my money, and then just take the next job. There was this 4th guy who operated the machine, Igor. Igor was part of the same clique as my boss, Manuel, my boss's boss, Freddie, and of course his own boss, Boris, who was Igor's brother. Igor was working the measuring machine simply because it was the most comfortable job that he could perform. He usually did the night shift because the night shift paid extra. Igor was, well, to compare him to a light bulb, he was like a wet match in a dark basement somewhere in a black hole. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh with him now, but all I ever saw from him was how stupid he was. Igor was also pretty lazy, rude, and arrogant. After all, he had an untouchable status due to his brother's best friend being the boss of the entire assessment department. 6 months after I started working there, I had the first incident with the measuring machine. We received a bunch of rotary blades on pallets, and as one of our firm rules, we had to sort them in numeric order. Each rotary blade had its own serial number, so things went way faster and easier if everything was sorted in order. Since we had to pick up the blades one by one to measure them anyway, it wasn't that big of a deal, just a bit annoying. Igor never finished measuring a set of rotary blades if he could help it, leaving just 1 or 2 blades left for measuring. And even when he had to finish a set and start a new one, he would never compile the reports into one Excel sheet. I'm pretty sure he didn't even know how that worked. One morning I came to work after Igor's shift, and like usual, there were 3 unmeasured blades left over. I just shrugged and went to go measure them. The problem was that the pallets were a complete mess, and all the rotary blades were completely out of order. Igor had worked the late shift the day before and would also work the late shift that day, so I would actually get to see him for a few minutes when I handed my shift over. Of course, this meant that I would have to sort all the blades while also operating the machine to make sure there wasn't a delay. Usually, this is a chill job. The blades are never heavier than like 50 pounds, and you had like 6 to 14 minutes to measure out each blade. Sorting the last order took me 2 hours of quite sweaty work while also operating the machine, so I was somewhat annoyed. When Igor came back that afternoon, I asked him politely why he hadn't sorted out the blades. He rudely replied that he wouldn't do that. I was a bit baffled, and I asked him if he knew that sorting the blades was mandatory. Again, in a pretty rude tone, he said that he wouldn't talk to me about that. Outright refusing to speak to me about a problem? What the hell? I told him that if he didn't want to talk to me about it, then I would have to talk to my boss about it. He just gave me a smug smile and told me to go ahead and do that. Well, I did just that. I asked my boss about it, saying, "Hey, I thought that we were supposed to sort the rotary blades, or did we change that?" This led to a 4-way conversation between me, my boss, Igor, and his brother/boss. Boris wasn't happy at all, and my boss was rather embarrassed because it was clear that I was correct, but neither of them wanted to admit that their friend had done anything wrong. I did my best to remain polite and professional. The end result was rather inconclusive, with them issuing a kind request that we should please sort the pallets if they came in disorganized. Igor just shrugged, and it was clear that he didn't care. 3 more times the rotary blades came in unsorted, and each time Igor refused to sort the blades. Strike 1. 6 weeks later, there was a second incident. Every morning before I started, I would maintain the machine just like Antonio had showed me to do. One morning I came in and switched the machine to manual mode, like I do every morning. A second later, I heard a grinding noise and instantly stopped the machine. Obviously, in a machine this sensitive, a grinding sound is really bad. I quickly inspected the machine and found a deep crater in the stone surface, maybe an inch deep. I also noticed scratches along the entire length of the treads, so it was pretty clear this machine was running with the crater for a good bit. I immediately shut down the machine and told Vladimir and my boss that something seriously wrong was going on here. I took pictures of the damage with timestamps, just part of my usual paranoia. The machine was taken out of commission. The entire stone tread had to be reworked and the machine needed to be recalibrated. The machine was out of commission for a month due to that crater. That crater, by the way, looked exactly like the bottom corner of one of the blades, as if someone had dropped it onto the stone tread. And the previous shift before me was, drumroll, Igor, of course. Igor denied that he had done anything wrong, and also he couldn't recall seeing any scratches or hear any grinding noises during his shift. He tried to blame it on me, but I had reported this 5 minutes into my shift, and the last blade that Igor had measured was still in the machine. Again, it was clear to everyone that Igor had screwed up, but not even a harsh word was spoken to him. While the machine was getting fixed, we were put to different work. I got placed into the pre-assessment team where the pieces get their first evaluation. I made some good friends there, which would serve me later on. Strike number 2. After the machine got fixed a month later, we had accrued a massive backlog, to the point that the other departments literally had run out of work because they were waiting on us to get up to speed first. The machine was supposed to work in 3 shifts, but Antonio had taken his 2-year vacation and the other 2 colleagues who knew how to run the machine had left for better jobs. So at that point, the only people left who knew how to work the machine were me and Igor. One morning, I noticed something pretty weird. The order that I had just started the previous afternoon was still not finished, again with just 2 blades remaining. Every measurement report has a timestamp. Typically, measuring these blades takes like 4 minutes each, but for some reason, Igor's reports had like 10 to 15 minute gaps between them. Some of them were even half an hour long. I knew that Igor was a bit of a slacker, but these gaps were huge, so I thought that maybe he had trouble with the machine. I asked him if he was having trouble with the machine, and he snapped at me that everything was fine. He asked me why I asked that. I told him there were some huge time gaps in the report, and I couldn't find any error messages. Igor looked at the timestamps for a moment, back at me, and then just shrugged and went home. On my next shift, I came in expecting Igor to have completed 4 orders, but instead, there were none. I was pretty confused because the measuring machine had been running over the weekend with no shutdown or restarts. But then, why were there no measurement reports at all? I called Vladimir because missing 4 entire orders worth of reports is a big deal. According to the rules, I also told my boss that the machine was in standstill due to technical issues. Both Vladimir and my boss came to the measuring machine, and together, the 3 of us looked for the problem. It took us a while to figure out that someone had turned off the reporting feature of the measuring machine, maybe to avoid the timestamps. This caused quite a bit of ruckus because all 4 orders had to be measured again, this time with reports. Again, it was super obvious that Igor had screwed up, but management needed a scapegoat, and I guess I look like a scapegoat. And now, finally, the revenge. That same afternoon, my boss's boss, Freddie, came up to me in his nice expensive suit and went straight into my face. I had been sitting in my chair compiling the results of the first order when he stood in front of me, giving me no room to get up. He looked down at me and snapped at me that he was sick and tired of me bullying my coworkers. He handed me a termination letter and told me that I had 2 options. I could either promise to do better, apologize to my coworker Igor, and admit that I was at fault, or I would be fired immediately. Well, one of the good things about being bullied for most of your childhood is that you learn to keep your head cool under stress. So I calmly took the boss's letter and read through it a few times. Freddie told me that he expected my written apology before 2 p.m. Well, when he turned around and marched out with a smug grin, he left me with the termination letter, with his signature on it. Fun fact, when both parties agree to it, a contract can be canceled immediately without any further responsibilities. I had 2 hours left until the deadline, so I spent it cleaning up my workplace and then, according to the rules, cleaning out my hard drive completely. I placed the backup into the assigned server with all the data correctly named and compiled. But, of course, I labeled this data as unsearchable, to avoid too much clutter. If you actually understand how the measuring machine works, you could find this stuff in like 20 seconds. If not, well then, good luck, buddy. So I packed up my stuff, then I went up to the office with my termination envelope in hand. The big boss had a smug smile the moment that he saw me, but his expression turned to confusion when he saw me with my laptop, work phone, and everything else. I handed him the resignation letter, offered a polite nod, and turned to leave. He shouted at me, "Where the hell do you think you're going?" I said, "You terminated my contract. So, according to the rules, I'm handing over all my equipment. Here's my safety shoes and safety glasses. Have a good day, Mr. Freddy." I said that with a cold, calculated voice, trying my best to sound like a lawyer. Then I went to my own boss and piled my stuff on his desk. My boss was confused as hell, asking me what was up. I told him that my contract was terminated. My boss was a smug douchebag, but he wasn't that dumb. His eyes went big when he realized that I was the only employee left who knew how to actually run the measuring machine. He was lost for words and then rushed into Freddy's office to see that termination letter. I went home, and my now ex-boss tried to call me on the way home. But I dislike taking phone calls in public transportation, so I simply muted my phone and continued reading my book until I got home. When I got home at 4 p.m., I finally answered his phone call. My boss tried to convince me that I had to come back so they could sort everything out. I replied, "I'll have a new job within a week, and it'll take you at least a month to train someone on the new machine. Assuming you had someone who could actually train that new person. I tell you what, give me a solid contract with triple the pay, an apology from Freddy, and I'll consider it." He told me that I was being completely unreasonable with these demands, so I said, "So, to get this clear, 3 times you guys try to heap the blame on me, and then you guys literally try to humiliate me and Freddy actually does fire me. And you want me to be reasonable? Well then, I guess it would be reasonable to just ignore you then. So long." I hung up and blocked his number, as well as any other number that he used to try to call me on. The aftermath. As I mentioned before, I still had ears in the company, so I have a pretty good idea of what happened afterwards. The factory soon had a huge backlog. No one maintained or cleaned the measuring machine anymore, and since this was a precision machine, it didn't take that lightly. Vladimir was soon called in multiple times a day to fix a problem, which in return built up a backlog for him in other places. He tried to explain stuff to Igor, but yeah, that didn't work well. Other departments completely ran out of work to do. And of course, they didn't want to take the blame for missing deadlines, so the issue pretty quickly got escalated up the ladder. And with no one wanting to take the hit, it climbed higher and higher before it eventually got to the desk of the national CEO of the company. What followed was the arrival of the proverbial kill squad. The modern equivalent of the executioner. A bunch of guys in very tight suits, no sense of humor, cold eyes, and strict command to find someone's head to put on a silver plate. From what I heard, there was even a prosecutor from the USA among them. I was called back by the company a month later, asking if I could come in for an interview. Not a job interview, mind you, but they wanted me to give them a statement about the whole affair. I happily complied and gave them the whole story as accurately as I could and openly admitted what I didn't know or what I was only guessing about. Igor got fired for careless negligence. His brother, Boris, likewise got the immediate boot to the butt. My boss was fired as well. He and Boris had been fired for mismanagement. Their boss, Freddy, however, not only got fired, but also dragged to court. And I have no idea how, but he was actually dragged to court in the US. But given how ridiculous that country's justice system is, and that he had been designated as a scapegoat by the company, I wouldn't be surprised if he had to hold very tightly onto soap for a good while. The entire factory went firmly into the red for the full year due to missing deadlines, which means daily fees of tens of thousands of dollars per contract. Last I heard, the company had to contract the producer of the measuring machine to train new employees how to operate it properly. I had asked for triple pay to do that job, but those guys were more like triple zeros at the end. Oh, and I did find a new job within one day. I was fired on Monday, had the interview on Tuesday, and started work on Thursday. I do manual measurements now in a quality control department.
Nice.
My boss is a blast, my team is friendly, and my commute is only 18 minutes long. I've worked there for 9 months now, and I'm already the de facto team leader for first sample stuff. And best of all, I'm appreciated for the work that I do. Man, so okay, as a business owner myself, I genuinely don't understand how you could have so much writing on just one team of people. I mean, obviously the problem here was incompetence, right? And nepotism and cronyism. But what if that machine breaks? Does just the entire factory get shut down for a year while you get a new machine? Why not have a second machine? Why not have 2 machines and 2 teams working on it so that you never have a backlog? Yeah. I mean, I can tell you why. It's because they don't want to spend the extra money. I don't know, man. It feels so weird to me that corporations that are that big and that profitable and that successful can be so stupid with their bottlenecks. That was r/pro revenge. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Definitely worth supporting this guy.
Whoa, bro.
Well, it's been a little while since I've had anyone interacting with me, or even putting any videos up. So I think it might be a good time for me to end the stream. We do have a set person to raid, which is always helpful. That way you guys can move on to them. Raid. Good night, Jade. Thank you for hanging out with me all day. You are awesome. Don't forget it. Let's see. 2 hours ago. I've got 2 guide the raids here. One from TMNT and one from Jade. Is TMNT even here still? But Rosalie is on, so. Are you still here, TMNT? No? Okay. Well, then I guess that makes it easy, doesn't it? We're going to go with Rosalie. So let's get this raid message set up. Flame. PYRUSSY. Control copy. Victory. And then let's finish with a couple of these at the end there. Okay. This is the raid message. Yeah. Now let's get this raid going, shall we? You guys are awesome. Never forget that. I really appreciate you. And yeah, I hope that you'll come back tomorrow for the D&D stream, and I hope it